Good evening, everybody. What's going on? Hope everybody's having a good weekend so far. It's been a great freaking time, I'll tell you what. But Bar's been through a little bit of a hiatus. Been a pretty busy workload in terms of that going on. So, a lot of business getting done, but at the same time, gets kind of busy. And glad to be back. And I couldn't ask for a better guest to come back to the bar with and get it open back up. Free peanuts for everybody tonight. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to 90's to tell you a little bit about himself and his channel, and you should immediately go check him out and subscribe. And then we'll get into what the fuck we're all drinking. But 90's, go ahead and let everybody know. Tell them a little bit about yourself.
All right, man. Well, thanks for having me on here. My name is Paul. I run the channel 90's Handheld Gamer, where I pretty much just talk about primarily Nintendo Switch because that's the main console I'm really playing on. I'm really into the portable aspect of it, pretty much playing handheld mode, but I do talk about some other games on there too, Nintendo Wii, 3DS, just whatever I feel like, but the focus is Nintendo Switch.
Absolutely, yeah. It's kind of funny. People kind of rib me because my channel's called Flipping the Switch. And it's like, hey, it's that guy that's named Flipping the Switch that has a bunch of PC fucking content streaming. And
Yeah.
there are reasons for that. It's mainly because I can't. I'm old and I'm technically shit, and so I can't figure out streaming from a Switch if my fucking life depended on it. But
Yeah.
eventually I will figure it out. We will have some fun with that too. And eventually I'll get back to reviewing my actual original goal for the channel, and still is to review every single Switch game. I'm just fucking lazy. And so
Yeah, that's a tall task you have ahead of you.
well, not every. Sorry, I misspoke. Not every Switch game there is. I'm never fucking reviewing Troll and I. But
Yeah.
all the games I have, which might as well be the whole fucking Switch collection. I think I'm at almost 500 games. By the time this generation closes out, I will be at 500 or over. I've
Yeah, that's crazy.
never done that before, and I think that speaks to the power and the longevity of the Switch, honestly. So that's actually what we were talking about. I guess to start us off, we were having a little bit of a discussion on Twitter, and we were talking a little bit about Nintendo's future prospects. And one of my concerns, and I have many concerns about the Switch 2, and it's not exclusive to Nintendo. Please keep in mind, guys, that when I talk about this, Nintendo will absolutely be on top of next generation. But I kind of feel like Nintendo is going to be King Turd on shit mountain next gen, just because the metrics are looking so bad. The macroeconomic, the geopolitical conditions surrounding this market are going to be so bad coming up that I don't know that I guess whoever is the victor is going to kind of be a victory over a pretty rough games industry. But you had made some other points that you're kind of you're a little more confident than I am. I feel like about the prospects of the Switch 2 in this what I feel like is going to be a very diminished market. But yeah, so I guess to start off, kind of let everybody know where kind of you stand on the Switch 2 when it comes out. How fast do you think it's going to take off? Um, and do you think it's going to have competition? Not necessarily even from Sony and Microsoft, because who fucking knows what they're going to be doing? They're already talking about a PlayStation 5 Pro, which is laughable. But I actually feel like their biggest competitor is going to be the Switch. I think it's going to be hard to move people off of that baby.
I think you do have a good point there, especially once the Switch 2 launches. I would imagine they're probably going to even have price cuts for the main Switch. And the Switch
Yeah.
library is already crazy deep. But I would expect Nintendo, within the first 2 years to have some pretty convincing launch titles to switch people over. I think they've probably learned their lesson from past systems, and I'm expecting them to have some big games that are not going to be capable on the Switch. I mean, they have to try to sell it somehow.
Oh, they do, yeah. Especially given the deep ass library on the Switch. And looks like Nish Quicks is in the chat. What's going on, Nish? Thanks for showing, man. We appreciate you. Saturday
What
night,
up,
there's all
Nish?
kinds of places you can be drinking and eating peanuts. Glad you're here, man. So, yeah, not only is it going to have the competition from the Switch, and you mentioned, learning lessons, and I absolutely think Nintendo has learned lessons. Traditionally speaking, the pipeline issues have been hardware or software, not hardware. Hardware is always done. What they're waiting on is the software people, and I think that's something they've shored up. They've certainly shored that up with the Switch. Part of that, I think, is put all the eggs in one basket. So we now have one system for both portable and handheld. I think that really helps on that front. That's something the GameCube, the Wii U, even the Wii didn't have. At the same time, historically, Nintendo has really struggled with that software in terms of getting that out. And not just Nintendo, all companies do that. That software pipeline is tough at first. And I guess I look at it, I'm thinking to myself, okay, the 2D Mario is already out. That should be a system seller. Wonder's
Yep.
not. Wonder has not been a system seller. We can talk about maybe why that is. I have theories, as always. But 2D Mario, that's a system seller. It's already out. They put it on the Switch. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, that could be a system seller. That's on the Switch. Splatoon 3 came out 2 years ago. It's going to get at least 5 years of support in terms of Splatoon 3. You could technically have a Splatoon 4 ready to go, I guess, but I think they're going to want to support that Splatoon 3 for a little while. Doesn't mean you can't do both, but Nintendo's typically loath to do that. They tend to kind of shy away from Splatoon 2, for example, once they move into Splatoon 3 and so on and so forth. So that's kind of their live service game. So in terms of and Metroid can be a cross-platform game, but Metroid doesn't sell consoles. You and I both know that. So,
yeah, that's true.
So looking at this analysis, we've got what? We've got a Mario Kart of some sort that they can throw out there. We've got a 3D Mario, which I will tell you is I don't know if they can replicate the success of Odyssey. 3D Mario has never traditionally sold the hardware Nintendo needs to move hardware ever, except for Odyssey. And we've got, and never discount this, we've got that Nintendo game that comes out of fucking nowhere, that is a brand new property that gets everybody and their dog and their grandma on board. So that's kind of the three possibilities I see for and a Smash Brothers. And actually, Rush Dog mentioned something about possibility of an Animal Crossing too. My only question with that is, Animal Crossing was kind of a lightning in a bottle. This Animal Crossing for the Switch came out right at the pandemic. I don't know. I guess so. Lots of questions here. Do you think they can make a 3D Mario that can replicate the success of Odyssey? Do you think that
I think they can, as far as the Mario, I think they can at least come close. I think they kind of maybe showed us a preview of that with Bowser's Fury. I don't know if you played that one with the open world. I think they could do something like that, kind of expand upon that, make it even bigger. So I think that's probably the direction that I'm expecting them to go, at least.
I liked Bowser's Fury. I thought Bowser's Fury was really good.
Great game.
I really like, and to be fair, I liked 3D World as well. I had some critiques of 3D World, but in terms of the actual level design and platforming on display there, it's as expert as anything in one of their 2D games. It's so freaking good, man.
Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite 3D Marios, actually, 3D World and Bowser's Fury, especially,
really
you just
good.
count them as one game.
Yeah. If you count them as one game, I mean, what a value. My only real critique of the of 3D World is that it seems like your Bowser's Ninja Warrior courses. And what I mean by that is, like, let's say you go to the snow world and one of the levels, boom, you're right in the middle of an African savanna. So the world building just isn't there like it was in, say, Wonder or Odyssey. It just seems like they were pulling levels from whatever biome they wanted to, putting it wherever they wanted to. Nothing was consistent, which is a shame because the Sprixie Kingdom was kind of cool. It's actually based off of creatures called Fifanellas, which are female gremlins, which are, instead of gremlins breaking shit, Fifanellas are good at fixing shit. And that's what the Sprixies were. So imagine a world in the Sprixie Kingdom where you have like Bowser's he's enslaved the Sprixies to do a Buster Bill factory. That's where they're all manufactured and stuff like that. There's some cool shit that can be done. I just felt like they kind of missed the boat on that. But aside from that, that's a really strong game, and Bowser's Fury all the more in terms of that future direction. So there's that. I guess we go on to Mario Kart. How the fuck do you make a Mario Kart that moves all these normies off of Mario Kart 8? I guess
that's going to be tough.
Oh,
I'd say that's going to be tough, especially with all the DLC they made for that game, all the crazy courses and everything. I mean, but I know a lot of Switch, I don't know how many, but I know there's a good percentage of people that basically just want a more beefed up, stronger Switch. So I know there'll be a, certain percentage of people that'll get on board right away just for that.
They always do.
Yeah.
They always do. But yeah, my caution on that is, in terms of that, is though those people are not the mass market. Those people always show up. That's what, like PS5, it was selling out. I'm like, hey, wait till March. Wait till March, because those people always show up. Those always sell out. Because
Yeah.
those are what you call your downstream customers, right? Those are your high end customers. They're your hardcore gamers, and you can have a presence with them, but you can't have a success story like the Switch with just hardcore. So they've got to move. I know you've seen the meme. I know I've shared it, where it's like the GameStop employee, and he's talking to them, and he's talking to like some soccer mom that's in there to buy a game, and he's like, but the Switch doesn't have 868 teraflops with 80K and listed all this 32 gigabytes of GB of RAM. And she's like, I don't understand a word you just said. I just needed to play Mario Kart.
Yep.
So Nintendo is
That's true.
so Nintendo. I feel like Nintendo is going to have that exact problem talking to normies who game on mobile phones and on their Switch. I feel like they're going to be having that exact conversation. Like, now they're going to be doing what Sony and Microsoft do, where they're like, but our system has 32 GB of RAM, and our system has 4K, and the teraflops, and nobody gives a fuck about any of that. If everybody gave a
That's
fuck
true.
about that, Minecraft wouldn't be the number one phenomenon of our lifetime. Overwatch wouldn't be the
Yep.
number one phenomenon of our life. Nobody gives a fuck about any of that. The only people that give a fuck about that are obsessive freaks like me, that are
Yeah.
hardcore gamers. And even I don't give a shit that much, but I certainly recognize that the mass market doesn't care. Um,
Yep.
there is and there just seems to me to be a diminishing return in those kind of specs, which Sony and Microsoft are paying for right now. Like,
Yeah.
I know you've seen their prospects and how, wow. I mean, so I guess that's my thing is, what does Nintendo do to avoid falling into that same trap that Microsoft and Sony literally walked themselves into?
Well, I think one thing Nintendo has a big advantage in is that they're not afraid to bring back a lot of their smaller IPs, as we've seen the last couple years. Games like what is it, the Famicom Detective Club games they brought out of
Yeah,
nowhere.
yeah.
What was that other game? That mystery game they came out with. They have. I just feel like they're going to have more games than the competitors either way, which is what the PS5 and Series X are kind of proving. You can have the strong hardware, but if you don't have the games to go with it, then
Yeah,
it's
man.
not going to be as successful as you think.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Sony in particular is just disappointing me over and over again, because they have really taken that Microsoft path. Like, literally, it's like, oh,
Yeah,
Final Fantasy 16's coming to PC now. It's like, what the fuck do I need you guys for? Like, I'm not buying
yeah,
your fucking box for Astro's Play. I'm not buying it for Astro's Playroom and Astrobot. I'm not doing it, guys. I'm just not.
yeah,
I know Spider-Man 2 is coming. I know it's coming. Like, you guys, until you guys actually get some exclusive games on your box, I don't care. There's this great meme, I love to share it. And it shows it's Vegeta and Goku. And Goku, being honorable, he's like, let's go fight someplace empty. And so they go to the PlayStation 5 exclusive games Wikipedia page to fight. Like, there's nobody there.
yeah. That's crazy.
There's no games there. And so, yeah, I don't think Nintendo is going to have that problem. The main problem I foresee is, like, just trying to justify to people, like, hey, why do I need this fancy chunk of hardware when the Switch has thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of great games?
Well, they're definitely going to have to surprise people, which I think they can do, because I feel like with Nintendo, you just really never know what they have up their sleeve. Like when you were saying that they already, released the Tears of the Kingdom, that was a system seller. We don't know. They might have a new, remake Zelda game that could be,
True.
next gen, maybe a Twilight Princess remake, Wind Waker, something like that.
Yeah, Nintendo. The one thing you can never count out Nintendo doing is throwing you a curveball.
Yep.
And sometimes it lands with a dud, but more often than not, they're going to come up with something you didn't even know you wanted. and they're going to
Yep,
sell
they're
it
going to have a hit somewhere.
yeah, they're going to sell it to everyone. And Roland Lightbane's like, yeah, that's ice cold. Yeah, it is. It's an ice cold meme, man, but it's true. And every time they get an exclusive game, they immediately just cut their own legs off from out from under themselves by, oh, it's going to PC. And here's the thing, that's great for Sony. That's amazing for Sony's revenue because they're getting that added revenue. It's not good for their box. And so
Yeah, that's true.
both these things can be true. You can both be making more money for your parent company and undermining that brand, and they're doing both. They're
I
absolutely doing
agree.
both. And long term, I think it's destructive. And it's something I'm thankful Nintendo has not really done, and I don't expect them to do because of the way the Nintendo perspective on the handheld market. But yeah,
Yep.
I and again, maybe part of it also is the fact that I've already got almost 500 games on the Switch, and so I'm looking at this new system. And part of it is also the fact that I've had to listen to Nintendo Prime talk about Nintendo Switch 2 for what seems like fucking all 8 years of its fucking lifespan. And
Yeah, a
so,
lot of YouTubers have done that.
yeah, I know you remember me posting some shit about just hating on these motherfuckers. It's like, stop it. Number one, you are hurting the Nintendo Switch. So all you Nintendo YouTubers that are fucking doing this, you are single-handedly convincing so many fucking normies to hold off for that new system, and you're doing them a
Yeah.
disservice because it's not fucking coming. Nintendo
Yep.
told you in a shareholders conference it's going to be 10 years, assholes. 10 years. They told you that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I feel like it's been at least a good 3-4 years where people are just like, oh,
Yes.
I'm waiting on the next Switch to come out.
And it's like, yeah, how many people held off? How many people held
Yep.
off? How many people are still holding off? And again, this was done on purpose. I feel like I'm not a super conspiracy nut, but I understand the animosity between the third-party Western cartel and Nintendo. It is historic. It goes all the way back to EA when Trip Hawkins literally had to be threatened by his own board to be fired if he didn't make a game for the NES. It goes all the
Oh
way back.
wow.
Yeah, it goes all the way back. So it's not. People that say it's a conspiracy, I'm like, no, you can just go read the fucking history. And you can go read about what happened to Trip Hawkins. You can read about the fact that the moment they were able to do any kind of a foothold outside of Nintendo with the Sega Genesis, all of the third-party Western companies jumped ship and put all their sports games, etc. I mean, it's a story as old as time. So
Yeah.
they don't like the fact that Nintendo, and again, I get it. Nintendo in the early days after the crash, after that Atari crash, they set very strict guidelines. You can only have 5 games a year. You have to license it through Nintendo. They didn't like any of that shit. And
Yep.
that grudge still maintains. And there's people that say, oh, no, they're businessmen. They can. No, they absolutely. Sony and Microsoft would offer them so much more if they could find a way to knock Nintendo out. And also, Microsoft and Nintendo are okay with going along with a lot of the third-party cartels' positions about game ownership and no physical games and DRM. They're much more willing to play ball, it seems like, than Nintendo is. So I do think that's part of it. So when I say that there was a gaslighting effort for the last 4 or 5 years to undermine Nintendo Switch sales, the reason I say that is the exact same thing happened with the Wii. The exact same thing happened. And by the way, it worked then. They sunset the Wii early, in my opinion.
Yep.
They sunset the Wii way too early. Now, part of that is that I think they fell for the propaganda, which is people wanted a new system. They didn't want a new system. They wanted the Wii to be supported with some actual fucking games that people wanted instead of Metroid Other M and Wii Music and whatever the fuck that Skyward Sword travesty. Yeah, they didn't want that shit. Mario Galaxy 2, which everybody raves about, but nobody wanted that game. They wanted more New Super Mario at the time. They wanted that kind of shit. So yeah, I don't know. It just feels like it was deliberate to me. And I feel like I'm pretty well grounded in that observation due to the way that Nintendo has traditionally um, been business wise with these third party companies. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think that, the social media age definitely played a big part in that as well. And like as far as the YouTubers go, I don't think maybe that was their intention to undermine Nintendo, but they're just gonna do whatever's getting the clicks, getting the views, getting the money.
That's why I hate it, man. That's why I hate that shit. It's
Yeah.
like no, and by
Yeah.
the way,
Honestly,
I love the fact that like I was like, no, see you in 2025. I was that way the whole time.
yep.
And time converts more than reason. That's what I always tell people. Yep.
Yeah, I entertained those videos a little bit a few years back, but after a while, I was just like, I'm not even going to watch any of these videos anymore. Like, this is just hype. Like, this is just for the views.
Oh, and it was at 100%. And by the way, if you talk to Nate or any of the other, they'll tell you that. Like
Yep.
they're and again, I respect the hustle. I'm not hating on that.
Yeah, I do too. I don't hate on people. I mean, go
No,
ahead, get your money.
yeah, get that back. Like I have no animosity there. I'm just pointing out that you're fucking wrong and you're gonna look silly when the Switch doesn't come out till 2025, and here we are. And now we have
Yep.
literal leaks that seem to be legit saying, yeah, hey, it's April 2025, just like Zoo tried to tell all you motherfuckers. Like,
Yeah.
someday there'll be people listen to me, but hopefully not too soon. Actually, I like being a small channel, man. I like not having that much fucking shit. I'm just a random ghost on the internet, just telling the truth how I see it.
Just
More
low
often,
key. That's a cool way to be.
yeah, more often than not, it's so much more chill, man. Like all these people trying to get monetization and shit. Again, hats off if you want to do it, but like
Yeah.
it seems like a pretty brutal way to make a living to me. Like if that's the goal of some of these folks, it seems fucking brutal to me. Like,
Yeah, definitely does seem tough. I mean, I got monetized on there and stuff, but I'm still relatively small channel, where I don't get a lot of hate comments or too
sure,
much craziness on
and
there.
it's one thing to monetize, and it's another thing to actually actively try to make it your job. Like there's million sub channels, and like if you look at like their standard of living, like if they do it exclusively, it's like they're like a $40,000-$50,000 a year, which is comfortable for one person, but man,
Yeah.
it seems like that's a lot of work. I've watched Super Eye Patch Wolf's videos. That seems like a lot of work for uh for a lower middle class lifestyle, man. Nah,
Yeah, I bet.
I'm more than happy with just putting out hobbyist videos on the internet whenever the fuck I feel like it. Like this, it's been
Yeah.
how long has it been since I've done a Liquored Up live? It's like, yeah, when I get the right guest and when the time comes, we'll do one.
Yeah, I was actually wondering what was going on with you with that. I see you live streaming your PC games. I'm like, is he not doing the podcast or any of
So,
that anymore?
100%. Yeah, podcast comes out, but it's when the fancy strikes me. But also, it didn't
Yeah.
help that I got bit hard by the Mass Effect bug. Oh my god, I got bit hard. To the point where I'm actually getting ridiculed by my own community a little bit now because they're like, "Oh, yeah, we're never gonna let Zoo live this down. He actually has a fucking game that is digital and is not DRM free. Like he did it." And I'm like, guys, it was $8 for all three Mass Effect games. It was $8 fucking.
So you're not totally against digital then.
I am. See, I guess not. I'm only
Yeah.
99% against digital.
Yep. I
I
mean, I
guess.
pretty much try to buy all my games digital too, but like if there's a cheap eShop sale or whatever, where it's a couple bucks, like just to try the game out. And what I'll do sometimes if I really like it, then I'll go and buy the physical copy.
That's what I'm coming around to. Yeah, that's what I'm coming around to
Yep.
because like $8 for all three Mass Effect games is insane, and those
Yeah,
are
that's a good deal.
amazing.
I've actually never played Mass Effect.
I would recommend it. I would certainly recommend it. I've been holding off for so long because I've been such an old fuddy duddy. There's a game called Star Control 2 that I love. It's a game that was made in 1992. It is. I still think it's the best spacefaring game ever made. I still think so. But Mass Effect brought a lot to the table. I gotta say, I wasn't disappointed with anything about it. Overall, a great experience. And now I'm hopping into kind of more of these games. I'm doing Cyberpunk now, which I
Oh
get.
yeah, I saw you were going to stream that the other day.
Oh no, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't. If you made it, sorry, that was a disaster. That was an
Oh, I didn't make
absolute.
it for that one anyway.
Oh yeah, no, that was a good. That everything that could have gone wrong in that fucking stream, I lifted up for posterity's sake. Everything that can go wrong went wrong.
Oh, dang.
The mic cut off because the game wasn't compatible with the mic. Decided about halfway through. You had the cutscene literally turned into a bunch of code garble after the characters like floating around T-posing for the first 2 minutes of the cutscene. You had the gun wouldn't fire. There was a glitch. The gun wouldn't fucking fire.
I thought they fixed that game. Is it still full of glitches like that?
No. Yes and no. So part of it is the fact that my PC. So when the first Cyberpunk came out, my PC had the specs to run it, right? And I remember getting it on launch day, and I remember playing it for a little bit and being like, I don't know what all the hate's about. I like this. It's okay.
Yep.
It wasn't the greatest fucking game ever made. It certainly was under par with what The Witcher 3 offered. But it was okay. It was okay. And what happened is they made the game quote unquote good. And by making it good, they upped the specs on what the game took to run the game, on top of giving this badass expansion called Phantom Liberty. But this resulted in the fact that when I tried to run this fucking game on high like I did 4 years ago, oh no, my PC choked on it, man. My PC absolutely choked on it. Now, the gun glitch, the gun not firing glitch, is something that still happens. And basically, you just have to reset the game. But keep in mind that I think only one of the 3 life paths gives you shooting in the prologue. And so you basically have to play through the life path prologue on 2 out of 3 of those to get to a point where you can finally fire a fucking gun. So you're like a half hour into this game before you fire your gun and find out, it happened. Got to start again. So
wow.
All this happened live on stream. All of this shit happened. Yeah, it was the biggest train wreck I've ever seen, and I have to admit it was all pretty damn funny. Like that's why I kept it up. Like
yeah.
And by the way, this came on the trail end of one of the worst days at doing business at my work I've ever had. It was so I'm just like, all right, I just want to shoot some shit. Cyberpunk seems like the dystopian future I want to inhabit right now because it just feels so fucking like home right now. And now T-posing and garbled code and guns that don't fire and mics that don't work. And I joke it was so bad I lost a subscriber. So whoever
you just couldn't catch a break that day, huh?
Yeah, whoever randomly unsubscribed because they stumbled upon that abomination, I get it, bro. No harm, no foul. I get it. It was bad. But it is going to stay up for posterity's sake for sure. So what the fuck were we talking about? So Brooke Barnes is in the chat. She says, "Sorry, I'm late. You are never early, nor are you ever late coming to the bar. You arrive precisely when you mean to. So you're absolutely fine, Brooke. Welcome in. Glad you're here. Brooke, I think, was one of the people who was unfortunately in the Cyberpunk stream. I think she was one of the people who got to watch that train wreck live. So yeah, she popped in at a perfect time in terms of that. That thing was, woo. That was something. You ever have a video or a live stream where you think back and you're like, I absolutely did not nail that.
Yeah, actually, I had one video I put out not long ago talking about Wii games, and for some reason, like my mic was messing up. I couldn't hear myself, and then I was like holding it up, and it just did not sound right. I mean, it's on there anyway. I guess whatever.
Sometimes, hey man, sometimes you just gotta click send, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you just gotta click that send button. So yeah, and so actually what brought you to my attention in terms of games is you make some really good content revolving around potential Switch games that might be rare.
Okay.
So those are really useful, and like I already buy most of Switch games, but so I like watching them because I like seeing your perspective and how you think and the conclusions you come to on why this might be rare, why that might be hard to find later on. So tell everybody a little bit about how you got started and how you got started on doing that kind of content, because I think it's really useful, especially given down the road that the Switch is going to be a collector's nightmare. Man.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, honestly, it just started for me just buying Nintendo Switch games myself. I think the games that really made me realize that were the Trails games. I was trying to buy Trails from Zero online, and it was sold out everywhere. All the retailers, it was sold out. So I go on eBay and the game had just come out, I think, like a month or two ago, and it was already going for like $100. I'm like, what the hell? So then
Right.
I think I put a post on Twitter asking if anyone knew where I could get it for cheaper, and I got some recommendations on there to Video Games Plus, and I think they still had it. So I ordered that and Azure for like $100 together. But it's just crazy. I realized like how fast some Switch games go up in value, and I just started looking through my collection and just like looking up prices. And I know at certain times it fluctuates. Like I think Astral Chain at one time was getting
Mm-hmm.
expensive, then it kind of went down. And I just thought it'd be an interesting way to talk about, Switch games in my collection. And I think the first video I got on there, it got like a few thousand views. I think it was like 7,000 views eventually. So I saw people liked it. So I just rolled with it and made a series out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why do you think that is? What is your observations for why the Switch games hold their value and are such collectible? Outside of the obvious answer, which is a Nintendo product. But
Yeah, well, definitely Nintendo games usually hold value better than other consoles, but I just think the Switch, like a lot of people like me and you, just got that Switch collecting bug. I think the Switch is like one of the most collectible consoles of all time. So, of course, when a game, is a JRPG or something like that, that a lot of people like, a niche kind of game, and it doesn't get a big print run, then, you have your people that are going to put them on eBay, sell them way above market value. And Video Games Plus is helping with that a bit when they do their reprints. But yeah, that's just how it is these days, I guess.
seems like it. And part of it is, yeah, you got the limited run, you got like the limited culture, like the limited games culture that
Yep.
really, really started this generation strong, right? So I think you've got
Yeah.
that. The other thing you've got, and please, guys, don't undersell this. Cartridges,
Yep.
cartridges,
That's
man.
true. The cartridges, I know they cost more to manufacture and all that. So that's
Yeah,
another thing.
yep.
That's
That's
true.
and people just love them. Like that's what made me fall in love with the Switch. It's like, oh God, we're back to these little carts again. Like yes,
Yep.
uh,
Actually, I think a good example of that is like Red Dead Redemption for the Switch
on a
is
cart.
holding its value at 50. Or if
Mm-hmm.
you go and try to get it on like Amazon or eBay, you don't even really find North American copies, and they're selling them above retail value already when you can find it for like 20 bucks or less on PS3 or 360.
Yeah. So as a quick aside, speaking since you mentioned Red Dead Redemption, I've got an interesting play experience with that too. I'm playing Red Dead Redemption on the Switch, and there's another
Yep.
game that is really fun, man. And actually, I was excited. So there was an opportunity to play Red Dead Redemption 2 when I was over at my brother-in-law's house because he's got the game. I'm like, you mind if I take this for a spin? Hated it.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
I hated it. Hated to. And it
You
just,
did.
I hated it. Yeah. And the reason I hated it, and again, this is going to be, I know this is a nuclear hot take, so don't mind me. If you love the game, that's cool, guys.
I
But
never played it.
it's slow. So in comparison to Red Dead Redemption, where it seems almost there's the dead eye mechanic, and it's fast paced and it's fluid. It's like Grand Theft Auto in the old west.
Yep.
Whereas Red Dead Redemption 2, it's really focused on narrative, which is fine, and I understand it's got a hell of a narrative. But like when you're in the camp, you can't run or jog. You're like walking, and everything takes longer. When you're in town, you're walking. There's no run unless you're in combat, and it just slows the game down to a crawl. And I know that's what they're trying to do, but they're trying to get that more realism. But guys, sometimes realism does not equate to fun. And I feel like
I agree with you there.
yeah, man. Like it's like all these like I play Morrowind and I play games like Morrowind and Skyrim sometimes. And you have all these mods that are like, hey, eat or you'll starve and make sure you sleep or you'll get that shit's not fun. A realistic carry
Yeah.
weight of like the carry weight already fucking sucks in those games, the encumbrance
Yep.
system. So like, no, it's not fun. No. Like I refuse to
Yeah.
think any of this is fun. Like
Yeah, I've heard that take with Red Dead 2 before. I know a lot of people love it, but I have heard a lot of people say that it's just boring as well. And I definitely agree with you when you start trying to make things too like realistic and too much like real life, you kind of just take the video game fun out of it.
yeah, I already live there. It sucks. That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
I
That's
think
why
they've done that with I don't know if you probably don't play like sports games. I really don't either these days, but I know like with basketball games I used to like to play, and it's like now they try to make them so realistic. It's all based on like statistics and stimulation numbers, and it just got stupid to me. I'd rather play like a NBA Jam arcade basketball game now.
Give me that boom shakalaka. Give me that fucking mutant football where you're like killing the referee and shit. Like, absolutely. I'm the same way. Now I would play a Madden game. I like football games, but EA are cunts when it comes to the Nintendo Switch. And so they decided that they're not going to take their multi-million-dollar football selling franchise and put it on the number one selling system of the generation. Why do that? Why would you do that? So fucking EA. Fucking EA. There's no Mass Effect not on the Switch, Dead Space not on the Switch. I don't even talk about the new Dead Space. I get that. But OG Dead Space, when you sold that new Dead Space and you could have put that fucking old version of Dead Space on a cartridge and sold it to dumb motherfuckers like me for $60, y'all are either idiots, and I refuse to believe that because you run a multi-billion-dollar corporation, or you've got some nasty thing with the Nintendo Switch. And don't give me that shit about, oh, well, the Wii U fell through. It was the fucking Wii U.
Yeah.
Any company that is making decisions in 2024, not putting Madden on their system because the Wii U did bad and you're not going to support the Switch, I question your business acumen. Or you just really don't like Nintendo. It's...
Or do you think maybe they're just lazy? They just don't want to put the effort in? I don't know.
What effort? Just give me a fucking football game.
So do you think stuff like that will change with the Switch too? Do you think they'll be trying to put their games on there?
It would be interesting. Part of it is, and me, I've talked with like Figsy Games and OJ on this. Figsy's more of a PlayStation 5 gamer. OJ's absolutely a Nintendo gamer. And OJ doesn't think there's any. OJ doesn't seem to think there's any animosity to it. Figsy doesn't think there's animosity to it. They think I'm overblowing that. And it is true that, like, when I talk about, the companies that I help run, they're smaller companies. EA is a multi-billion-dollar international juggernaut. And I can tell you, the bigger a company, the longer it takes to get gears into motion, even if you want to do something. Those companies don't turn on a dime. It's like piloting an aircraft carrier versus a destroyer, right? Like, I'm in an aircraft, I'm in a destroyer. They're in a fucking aircraft carrier, so you're not turning that thing at the same level. And so the argument that OJ gives, and it is a convincing one, when I don't have my EA hate boner on display, is that what happened is that EA made a decision to terminate supporting the Nintendo consoles during the Wii U. And because of the Wii U's unsuccess, which blows my fucking mind, I called the Switch success. So I can't believe that EA's board couldn't call that. But because of the unsuccess of the Wii U, they said, we don't think the Switch is going to be successful. So they made R&D decisions right then and there that we're not going to put much resources into this. And so now that decision's been made, 3-4 years in, it's going to be really, really hard to about face. Everything they insist everything moving forward is on the Frostbite engine. Frostbite engine was not R&D'd for Switch at all because they made the decision not to support it. And that's the story I get out of people that are more reasonable than me. So I want to give that other side of the argument too, because I may not be entirely correct on that. It's just a gut feeling, and it's just a really bad grudge against EA.
I could see that. I mean, I could see a little bit of both sides, but yeah, I could see what you were saying, what OJ and other people said about it.
Yeah, there's certainly a history of EA undermining Nintendo, but there's also the fact that it takes a lot to those companies don't move on a dime. Rush Dog is in the chat. Welcome in, Rush. Thanks for coming in, man. And he makes a point good right here, and he says, that said, and I think there's some leeway there. He says, that said, not releasing Dead Space OG at the same time as Dead Space 2023 made sense. You don't want to cannibalize remake sales. But Rush Dog, you have the fancy new Dead Space that is the shit, right? Why would this old cruddy piece of shit game from the 2000s, according to their thinking, they're the ones who think along the lines of got to have the new specs, got to have the new tech. Why would that little old shitty game cannibalize the sales of their new Cadillac, right? Now, the answer is it absolutely would. You're right, it would. But I just want to point that out to EA and all these other specs intensive companies that, yeah, you're wrong. You guys are wrong. Like 100%. I think Rush Dog is right. I think it would cannibalize those sales. But then he also says, don't forget, Zoo, EA was at the Switch reveal event pledging their support to the console. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is true. It's bizarre how little support they have afterwards. I forgot about that, man. Thanks for that reminder. Yeah, EA did pledge support when the Switch first was announced. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, I
So,
wouldn't have even guessed that.
yeah, the plot thickens. Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true, man.
I can't even really think of many EA games that are on the Switch. I think the only one I can think of off the top of my head is like Burnout Paradise Remastered.
Uh huh. Yeah, it's Burnout, and I think Unraveled 2, I think, is on there. And they
Yep.
put a shitty version of It Takes Two on the console that requires a digital download in order to even fucking function. So
Oh, that's crappy.
that's that. Oh, and Plants vs. Zombies. We did get Plants vs. Zombies, which I hear is good. So I hear it's really good. And that is certainly something that, from their casual, obsessive nature, they always pigeonhole Nintendo to casual. From that perspective of doing business, Plants vs. Zombies absolutely fucking works. So
Yep.
yeah. So then Rush Dog says evening zoo in 90s. So hey, what's going on, Rush? Again, glad you're here, man.
What's
And
up, man?
also hey to everyone in the chat. Switch carts being tiny is a big benefit, makes them easy to travel with, Rush Dog says. 100%, especially if you get what I get, which is the D-Dacket, which holds 300 of these fucking cards comfortably.
Oh wow, I might
Yeah,
have to look into that.
actually, I've got a review. I will shoot that over to you at the end of this. I've got a review where I read over pictures of the damn thing. So it's not fancy, but I have like a 5-minute review of it. It's great. It's slightly
You should put that on your channel.
It is. It is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's old content. That's before I actually discovered like the amazing technology known as video. So it's just screen caps with me reading over it. That's the old school content. That's the old content that apparently some people like, actually, which I guess it makes sense. Like people are like, well, yeah, a lot of times we just put these videos on in the background while I'm working or something. And so they don't even
I
see
do that a lot. I do that while I'm driving.
Yeah, and so they're like, yeah, don't be so hard on yourself, Zoo. We don't even see the video for most of the videos we watch on YouTube. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that's good. But the D-Dacket's great. It's semi-waterproof. I won't say fully because no fucking way in hell I'm going to immerse that thing in full water, not with 300 games in it. But if water gets on, if it gets wet or something, it's going to protect it as long as it doesn't go into the crease of the zipper. So it's got a little bit of waterproofing. It's got padding to protect those games. The games are snug in there, and yeah, this thing holds like 300 games, man. And it's literally it's like one of those, the Animal Crossing cards, like the little mini cards.
Yep.
That's what this was designed to hold. It wasn't even designed to hold Switch games, but it just so happens to be the perfect size for like DS, Vita, and Switch games. So yeah, 300 games each. I finally had to get a second D-Dacket, which was hilarious. I had so many of these damn Switch games, but yeah, if you get one of those, you could. Sky's the limit as far as travel. Now, whether or not it's a good idea to travel with 300 to 500 fucking Switch games with you, going out and about, is another story entirely. If you're not,
I probably wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, that I'm crazy, man. Like literally, like if you don't feel like it's a good idea to carry around a house down payment, like level of value, just carrying around with you because you might lose that. D-Dacket might be something just to kind of store your games. It's still convenient just to have them at home, but the D-Dacket is really good for that kind of thing, 100% for sure.
I might have to look into that because it gets old going through all those Switch cases trying to find stuff.
Yeah, I have all my Switch cases, but they just sit on bookshelves now. The girlfriend finally agreed to allow me to move some books into some smaller cases and let me actually have the not like cordon off my collection. So now there was back in Cold Knight's Discord, I had posted a picture of the original Switch shelf that's like 3 Switch game layers deep, and it was a nightmare to try to find anything. And so now I've got them all spread out on 2 large bookshelves. that I was granted in my own house, because that's how dating works. Um, I kid, but not really. So Brick says, I collect a certain series or certain games, but I'm into collecting physical on Switch too. Yeah, not everybody's as nuts as I am. A lot of people just they like that certain game that really means a lot to them. They collect those physically. I just really got bit hard by the Switch bug. I need help. I really do.
I got that Switch collecting bug too, probably not as much as you. And I'm trying to calm down lately because I realized like I had all these RPGs and stuff, and it's like, when am I ever gonna even find the time to play this stuff?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, this is a project that realistically, especially with the slow pace I'm going now, it'll last me the rest of my life. So
Yeah.
I guess there's that good news. If I don't buy a Switch 2, it's not like I lack games to play anyway. But
So I've got a question for you actually. Are you
yeah,
still like heavily actively collecting for the Switch right now?
yes, yeah, I'm still the ones I want. Yeah, but it's kind of hit a snag, and it's hit a snag because limited run game are a bunch of piss sniffers, right? So they decided
Yeah.
that they were going to only accept Purple Dot for their money. And what this effectively means is apparently Purple Dot is hostile to me and all of my finances. So I will put in credit cards, debit cards. I will put in, like, they won't take PayPal. They won't take a bank account. So they only take credit cards, and they don't like my credit cards. So I don't do any business with limited run games anymore, and it's not by my choice. And limited run
Oh,
games
that's
probably
strange.
accounted for like a good chunk of my Switch collecting. So now what I'm doing is I'm getting what I can that are in English from Play Ages. So Lollipop Chainsaw, Beyond Good and Evil. Yeah, I'm buying the Japanese version. Fuck y'all. The games that don't, like Rocket Knight, I'm waiting on Video Games Plus, which I know is a gamble, but I like
Yep.
my odds. In worst case scenario, if I got to go buy some games on the secondary market for $60, $80, whatever. I'm blessed to be financially stable. I can do it. I don't want to.
Yep.
Why the fuck would you pay $70 for Sega Genesis ROMs? But I will do
Yeah,
it.
that's true.
I will do it because I am mad. I am literally a madman. But that's what
Yeah, I
happens.
actually I don't have the patience for limited run. The only limited run games I've gotten were like through either eBay or Video Games Plus, like you said.
Yeah,
Because I hear you have to wait like close to a year just to get your
yeah,
game. Like that's just a little too much for me.
yeah. And then they lied about it, and people will say that's being uncharitable. Zoo. No, they fucking lied about it because they said the reason why the games are taking a year is we put a cardboard card, collector's card in each game, and that card takes a long time. Well, Super Rare Game puts the card in every game, and Super Rare Games gets games out like in 30 days.
Yep.
Like I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like I literally don't. Like it's like a 2 month wait at most with Super Rare Games, which is one of the great ones. Like they're fantastic, and they take PayPal, huh? So there's always that. Um, but they're not. Believe it or not, limited run games. As much shit as I talk, they're not even the worst one. There is a game called there's a game company called First Press Games, and I've got a bone to pick with First Press Games, a bad bone to pick, and it sucks because they have two of like the games that I want to play the most. They've got um, Crimson Clover World Explosion, which is a shoot 'em up. I'm a big shoot 'em up fan, and they've got
Okay.
Chained Echoes, which is an RPG I want to play.
Are
And
they the only ones that have those
they're
games
the only
physically?
ones. Yep, they're the only ones. Only game in town. They're the
Oh wow.
exclusive publisher of those physically. And people have been waiting on this goddamn company for sometimes 3, 4 years that
No,
they
that's
still haven't shipped
ridiculous.
games out. And there's no updates, and they don't respond to email communication. Even Jesse from Nintendo Revised, even he couldn't get him to respond. It took an act of
Wow.
God to get any response out of him. And it was a secondhand response. It wasn't even like the main company. It was somebody who talked to him who finally heard something. Like there's
I,
just it's crazy.
I know there was one limited print company too that I saw people posting them on Twitter that they were like taking their own games that they still had stock of and putting them on eBay on their own eBay store for like way more than they originally sold them for. Was that them?
I don't know if it was limited run. No, I think that, so there's a video and there's some issues with that video. It's the problem with limited run games. It's a big video. Like it
No, it
overdone.
wasn't limited run. It was one of those limited print companies. I don't know if it was
Yeah,
First Print or.
well, I just want to clarify though that limited run got accused of doing that, and that's not what they were doing. So
Yeah,
they have some sellers that buy their games and then put them on eBay, but they're not associated in any way, shape, or form with the company. They are preferred buyers, is what they're called. But they buy
yep.
games just like we do, and then put them on eBay. So it's not anything. They have no. They're not employees. They're not part of the company. So is it shady? Some people say yes. I don't know enough about that practice, so I'm not going to say that's shady. But yeah, there was a company, I forget which one, that did get caught doing that, and yeah, that's some serious ethical problems.
Yeah, I don't even think they were hiding it. I think they were promoting that they were doing that themselves, like on their own social media accounts and everything.
Hmm.
Yep,
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, it's wild. But yeah, I mean that's the main hang up for me. But I'm still collecting. I'm still getting Switch games as they come out. Now again, there's less coming out, so it's lessened. But yeah, I'm still working toward that 500 plus Switch games, and it's gonna happen. It will. So Rush Dog says they've given a few FIFA games too, which yeah they have, and I understand the FIFAs are okay on Switch. And yeah, FIFA is huge in Europe, so yeah, I'd love to see those sales. I bet they're in the millions. I bet they sell a
Yep,
lot of FIFA on the Switch. I bet they do.
I bet.
But no Madden is inexcusable. Yeah, absolutely. Do you have a DS, Zoo? So actually, I don't have a DS yet, but I do have DS games that I have started getting. Like if I find one that is just a steal, like I'll grab that. Like I actually found, I think it was Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I think it was Heart Gold that I got for like $70. And I know that sounds like a lot, guys. That's a steal.
Yeah, I think those go for what? Probably like 100, maybe 150 or something.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So I couldn't resist that. So I have Heart Gold. Um, but I'm still waiting to get an actual DS, which I can get whenever I want. Those are fuck. What are they?
I think the last Pokemon game I picked up was actually Fire Red.
Fire Red, yeah, Fire Red, yeah. They're starting like the remakes. And by the way, you want to talk about another series that has blown the fuck up on the Switch is Pokemon. Like we're getting close to red blue numbers again. Like it's
Yep.
pretty crazy. Pretty crazy what that franchise has done. So Brooke Barnes says the games I collect, I have to be really interested in the games before I buy and play them. Um, yeah, and a lot of people are like that. A lot of people are like that. Most people don't just be like, that game looks like something I may eventually want to play in the future, and so I buy it. Most people aren't like that. That's my weirdness. Most people are exactly like you, Brick, and that is the most of the market. And
I'm trying to be more like that myself because I was
yeah,
buying like so many Switch games and I would go to try some of them and I was like, I don't even like this crap. I'm just going to go trade this in now.
so I actually just had that experience on the Switch. It was a game called Earth. Well, let me make sure I get this right because I'm about to be very mean toward a Switch game. So I think it's called. It is. It's called Earth Knight. Is the name of the game. And Earth Knight actually makes me very sad because the art is beautiful. The premise is really cool. So like the Earth has been taken over by dragons, and you're in like a spaceship in the stratosphere, and your job as a human is to dive down, and your goal is to get to the Earth's surface. And you do this by like diving down and landing on the backs of dragons and then running across their back in like a runner style game and like running and jumping over like little mini dragons and shit. So speaking of dragons, your Spyro shirt. But yeah, the problem with this game is the load times are atrocious, which there's no excuse for that on a Switch flash card. You're talking like 5 or 6 minutes of loading to get the game to boot up. And then every time you select a level in a runner game, keep that in mind. This is an arcade style runner game.
So
Every
it's like
time,
a 2D game too?
2D game, yeah. Every
Oh,
time,
that's crazy.
yeah. Every time you go to load a level up, it's like 2 minutes. It's
Yeah, that sounds brutal.
it gets worse. there's also slowdown where the game dips below 20 frames per second at times in a runner game.
Oh wow.
I don't know how it might be better on PC. It might be better on other systems. It is not a game you should play on the Switch. It just isn't. It's bad.
Yeah, that's one of those things they just probably put it on there to make a couple dollars, I
Yep.
guess.
So that was one of those experiences I just had, which is like, yeah, I bought this. It's like, man, I don't even like this. And why that triggered that is that's one of the few games I'm actually going to jettison from the collection. I'm gonna give that away or sell that to somebody. Like
Yeah.
I'm getting that gone. It doesn't deserve to be in the collection. Out you go. Exiled.
Yeah, at one point I was collecting games like maybe that might be in the same series that I liked or whatever, but then I realized like if I don't like this game, like what's the point of even holding on to it? Like I want to collect games that I want to play. I know you have people that just like to have certain things in their collection,
Sure.
and that's cool. But for me, it's like if I could just trade it in for another game, I'd just rather do that.
Yeah, have you ever had an experience like that where you jettison a game and get it and literally kick it out of the collection? Is that something you've ever done?
What do you mean, like play it and like instantly just get rid of it?
Like just be like, yeah, this is not staying in my house. Like you're out my house. Like yeah.
Yeah, I've had a few games. I'm trying to think if there's any specific that I can think of. Definitely had a few games like that. Or actually, this might be a bit of a hot take because I kind of liked this game at first, but I was really trying to like the Princess Peach game that came out for the Switch, and I can't even say that it's a bad game,
It's
but
just
I
not
just
for
ended
you.
up like getting. Yeah, like I just got to the point where I was like trying to make myself play it, and I was like, why am I even doing this? Like, I'm not enjoying it that much. Like, it wasn't bad, it wasn't, but it was just like super mid to me.
I feel like the Princess Peach game didn't really know what it was wanted to be.
Yeah,
That seemed like a let's throw a bunch of shit on a wall and see what sticks, and maybe whatever sticks best, we can roll into the next Peach game.
yep. And I wouldn't even say it's a bad game. Like, it's probably good for like really, real casual audience or like children. But yeah, I guess I was hoping that game from the beginning was going to be like a platformer, which it wasn't.
Yeah, and there's some platformer esque parts of it, and I guess that's the main issue with a game when you're trying to be everything, you end up not being
Yep.
for anybody. And so what I mean by that
Y-
is I think every single person who sits down and plays Super Princess Peach Showtime, I feel like everybody's going to have that part that they really like, and I feel like the actual opinion, final opinion they have on the game will be how early that part was. So if you
Yep.
get in and you like Ninja Peach, which is fairly early, or you like Sword Fighter Peach, which is relatively early, you might really like Princess Peach Showtime. But if you're waiting for like Power Peach, and that's your jam, and it's going to take you a while to get there, and you're going to be like the entire time. You're just going to be fucking like, what am I doing this
Yeah.
whole time? I feel like that's part of it, but everybody's going to have a different part they love, and everybody's going to have different parts they hate, which means that everybody's going to be mixed on that game. It feels like,
Yep.
except Party Man from OJ's chat because he's a Princess Peach fanboy. Party Man is gonna love Super Princess Peach no matter what, and Party Man would be wanting to fight. He'd be wanting to fight right now over this. I promise you, he'd be wanting to fight.
Well, I didn't call it a bad game. I just think it's a really mid game. Like it
That's
just
all it
didn't.
takes. That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Um, and same here, but it's 2-on-1, buddy. So I don't like your odds. Uh, you better be a tough internet tough guy if you're gonna do it 2-on-1. Ooh.
Yep.
But no, I'll go to battle. I'll go to battle on Princess Peach. I thought it was mid too. I think you're 100% right on that game.
Did you play it all the way through?
Not yet. And that should tell you all
Yeah,
you
I
need to know
just
because it's not even a long game.
yeah, I couldn't even do it. I was just like, I'm just kind of trying to make myself play this more than I actually want to play it.
No, the mystery game, the recollection, white haired girl, sad it's trauma game. That that game honestly was more interesting to me than the Princess Peach game. Like
I've still got to play that one. I have it, but I don't even think I took the seal off of it.
it's pretty good. I'm also going to try this Emilio the Smiling Man. I'm going to give that a try because it's Famicom Detective Club and we're getting it physically. So I'm going to give that a try, guys. Now, this is actually big news to a lot of people because they will know that one Yoshio Sakamoto is the one who is working on that game. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's Sakamoto because it's a name everybody knows at Nintendo. Whereas every time I see Yoshio Sakamoto, I'm like, oh, it's that motherfucker who ruined Metroid. Yay. Let's hope he's better at Famicom Detective Club than he is Metroid.
Did he make Metroid Other M?
Yep. He was the
okay.
He was the creative force behind Metroid Other M. Yep.
I still got to play that game. I got it on the Wii for like, I don't know, it was like $5 or $10 back in the day, but I never really played it.
And people say Zero Mission is good, which that was Sakamoto, and people say that Fusion was good, and that's Sakamoto. People like to attribute Super Metroid to him. Motherfucker. That's Gunpei Yokoi. Nope, not gonna let you. Will not let you. Gunpei Yokoi was Metroid, Metroid 2, and Super Metroid. Fuck off. Metroid Prime was Shigeru Miyamoto. Fuck off. Metroid Prime 2, Shigeru Miyamoto. Fuck off. Metroid Prime 3, it was Ishio Sakamoto, and he threw a big child fit because they wanted to make Samus an actual fucking bounty hunter, and then claims he never saw Star Wars and didn't know what a bounty hunter is because he's a fucking liar. So yeah, there's Sakamoto is I have issues with the Sakamoto, 100%. But that is I am a reasonable ghost. And what I will say is that is an issue with him in Metroid. Maybe he's better with narrative detective games. So I will give it a fair chance. I will give it a fair shake. As long as he doesn't immediately start talking about mommy issues. If that's the case, I'm going to start to think that maybe there's a pattern developing here.
Yeah, now I know they actually have a couple of like chapter demos out for that Smiling Man game, the Famicom game.
Oh, okay. There is a demo. Okay, I might check that out tonight. I need something to do tonight.
Yeah, I think there's 2 different demos because it's like a chapter for each one. I think they've got 2 out already.
Okay. Well, that's good. Yep. That's good to know. That way, yeah, I can. You know what? I might do that, and I might do a review hole on that on my Discord. Which, by the way, guys, there is a Discord. It's free. I'll never charge you for shit. Feel free to join the Discord. We have fun, don't we, 90s?
Yeah, pretty cool Discord. Chill people. I don't see any drama, anything on there.
Oh, there's no drama. I'll boot you. Yeah, that's the one thing. So again, you got to look at the rules, guys, and the rules actually there's only one rule, and that's don't do stupid shit enough that gets you a consensus mad at you because that gets you. So if you wouldn't do it in real life, if doing something in real life would get your ass beat in a real bar, don't do it in my bar. That's all I ask.
Yep. Other than that, and you also don't have all the Twitter bots on there.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, that's why I fled. I'm not on. I used to be on Twitter a lot. I'm not on Twitter at all anymore, and that's why. Yeah, it's pussy in bio, no matter where you go on Twitter now. It's
crazy.
Awful.
I get like all those bot followers every single day on there.
Oh yeah, no, I'm having to ban them. I've probably got. Let me see how many I got right now. In fact, let's go ahead and do this live. Fuck it, we're doing it live. Fuck it, we're doing it live.
Let's see. What's crazy? I've actually seen some of these bots are actually, I don't know how that works, but I think even YouTube comments are getting bots now. But I think it's more for like the bigger channels that are getting that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so followers. Okay, so already I can tell you already we're out of fucking whack because I try to keep this relatively stable. 369 followers, 334 or 369 following, 334 followers. So we're definitely out of alignment here. Let's see, followers. So we got Eden John, 2,076 following, 12 followers. Yeah, you're blocked. Lauren Joe, sexy photo, 3,708 following, 21 followers. You're blocked. And I'm not going to do this all, but yeah, I've already got 12. I've already got 12 bots. So
yeah, they rack up pretty fast.
So good job, Elon. Great job, buddy. Way to knock it out of the fucking park. You did it. Congratulations. You said you were going to buy Twitter to clean the bots up, and I've never seen it this bad. So again, I know what you're doing, and like a lot of people who are just like have Elon derangement syndrome, I can tell you what Elon's doing. It still sucks, But Elon Musk is going to drive Twitter into a fucking black hole in the ground, and then he's going to claim it on his taxes for the largest tax tax break in history. That's what he's going to do. I can't think of anything else, and that's he talked his shit. He didn't really want to buy it. He got put in a position where he had to buy it. And now he's just going to crash that plane, and he's going to collect the insurance money. Is what he's going to do. It's exactly what Elon's going to do. I can't think of another explanation for why we have some of the stuff we have on Twitter right now. Because and to be honest, the bots are only that's the surface, man. There is shit, and we're not even going to talk about. There is shit that I will scroll through there, and I will be like, how? Again, I'm a free speech guy, 100%. But I'm also I'm also a business guy, and I can tell you that the whole point of Twitter is advertisers. And some of the shit that I am seeing on Twitter, I don't know if you still have advertisers, but I would not advertise with you because I would be fucking terrified that my advertisement would appear in some of the crazy shit I see on Twitter these days.
Yeah, I feel like Twitter is kind of almost become like, like the old Wild West of the internet. It's like everything is on there now.
Yeah, and again, part of me sings and extols the virtues of that old Wild West internet. You'll notice I never give my name. I'm an internet ghost. I love anonymity. I love what anonymity brings. But the problem with it, me and Rush have talked about this too, is sadly most people are not very responsible with their anonymity. They do stupid, dumb shit with it. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to do that stupid dumb shit, but I will tell you that you make it impossible to have that Wild West old school internet. You make it impossible. Because there's advertisers who want to be on here, and the advertisers run fucking everything. And it's kind of hard to advertise Tony the Tiger Twitter account when you have a bunch of people and trolls jumping in saying, literally, by the way, this actually happened, guys. There's a whole thing that iPatch Wolf talks about this, where you have people literally pretending to be like thirsty housewives being like, oh, fuck me, Tony the Tiger. Like literally. And being like, oh, Tony, literally. And it was such a weird, bizarre thing that they didn't know what to do. So they just closed the account and withdrew.
That's crazy. Is that like bot comments, or is that even like real people?
Oh, no, these are trolls. These were probably real people. These are probably trolls.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, they absolutely, 100%. It was bad, man. So then let's see here. The Monster, hey, welcome in, Monster. Appreciate you coming in, man. He says, hey, guys, I've gotten a few games from Limited Run Games. It can take a while. Think they stopped the cards some time ago. I only go for specific releases. Yeah, I would still go. They don't want my money, Monster. Like, they literally are like, yeah, fuck this guy who probably has spent thousands of dollars with us. We don't want his money. Like, he stinks.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, I don't get it. Card declined. And it's like, my card is not declined anywhere else. You're the only people in the fucking world who declined my card. So, I don't know. I don't know how that gets fixed. I guess I'll buy with Video Games Plus.
I just don't have the patience for Limited Run. I usually just prefer to walk in the store and grab my game in person if I can.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's a shit show over there. And it has been for a while. Like, as far as the payment processor. Just accept PayPal, assholes. It's easy. Just accept PayPal. Everybody takes PayPal. Brooke Barnes says, I ended up having to try so many games to find the games I really liked or was interested in on the Switch. So now I have a bit of games I really like and am interested in. Which games? I'm kind of curious, Brooke. Could you list the games that you really like for the chat? Because that might be useful to some people. Like, yeah, it's when you can literally, when there's thousands of games out there and you've got a person that can name a few games, that's powerful. There's like, hey, here's a few games that I can just play over and over again. How about you, 90s?
Yep.
So Brooke brings up a good question. What are the games to the Switch that you can just play infinitely?
Actually, that's a good question. I was actually thinking about doing a video of that recently for the channel because I just started. I hadn't played it in a long time, and I just picked up Super Smash Brothers again. Just been getting into some online matches, having fun. I think Super Smash Brothers is one of those games you can just pick up any time, even if you play the single player content. It has a good amount. If you got somebody to play with locally or definitely
Yeah.
online, that's just a game that just never gets old. It's just a really fun game.
Yeah, I could definitely see that one.
Mario Kart's another one like that.
Mario Kart, yeah,
Splatoon.
Mario Kart and Splatoon are both so fun. Rush Dog finally got me off my ass to play some Splatoon. We need to play again. So Rush, hit me up like when things get less crazy down for me. We should definitely play some more of that. So good. I'm
Are you
bad at
playing Splatoon 3?
Splatoon 3. Yeah, you play Splatoon 3?
Okay, yeah, I haven't
Okay,
played in a little bit either. It's been a little bit, but I'll have to get you on my friends on the Switch so we can
100%.
get on
Yes.
that sometime.
Me, you and Rush will jam it. I'm bad. Full disclosure, I'm real bad at it because I don't play that much. But that's one of the cool
Yeah,
things about Splatoon is you can be the suck at the game and still contribute by painting the landscape and shit. So
yeah,
like
that's pretty
it's a
cool about it.
I
I'm not the best at it either.
yeah, it's one of the things I love about Nintendo is Nintendo looks at the video game industry from a disruptive standpoint. So a lot
Yep.
of the products they make, especially when they make a new product, like that game was meant to appeal to shoot. It's a shooter game that appeals to people who may not have jumped into the shooter space yet. That's what it does.
I agree. I'm usually not into like first person shooters or anything like that, competitive shooter games either, but that was one that I actually did get into it. And another way they did that with Splatoon is the variety of weapons because I don't even play with a gun on there. I play like with one of those roller weapons on there.
Oh, you're one of those roller fuckers. Oh man,
Yeah.
you guys murder the shit out of me. I see you
No,
coming. I'm
actually,
fucking
you know what?
running, man.
I did start using a gun actually. Then I started using like the little gun that shoots like bubbles out, like it ricochets off the walls and
Right.
everything. Yep.
Oh, those roller guys are brutal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are. They'll hide in the ink and just come out of nowhere on you.
Yes. Yeah. Just run your ass
Yep.
over. It's a one shot. Like it's great. And then the snipers. There's some people I can't do it, but the people that are good with the gyro aiming with that fucking ink sniper rifle. Oh my god, you guys are an absolute menace on those maps. Yes,
Yeah, I can't do that. I usually just play in handheld anyway.
yes. Some of these fucking Japanese players are some of the best snipers I've ever seen in a shooter game. Like they're good at it. They take that gyro aiming to the fucking max, man. Oh my gosh,
Yep.
yeah, like they're so good. But yeah, we'll have to play sometime. Um, again, we should be in our not busy season right now. Our busy season, like everybody, is holiday, and that's like anybody. But I don't know. We've been pretty steady Freddy lately. So um, just finding the time to do all this shit, and then also
Yep.
not being obsessed with a PC game, which I'm now finally out of the Mass Effect rabbit hole. Thank God. So that I can actually start doing other things and having a life again. So
There you
Brooke
go.
answered. Yeah, so Brooke answered. She says, "Any Mario, Xenoblade games, Zelda, Ace Attorney." Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mario, 2D Mario in particular, but I'm starting to finally have some respect for 3D Mario after Odyssey. Zelda, Ace Attorney. I keep hearing about Ace Attorney. Mandy over in Cold Knight's Discord really, really wants me to play these games, and it's gonna happen. I might do. I might start Ace Attorney next. 100%. The monster says, highly recommended Xenoblade Chronicles 3 unless you want to start with the first one, but you don't need to. Xenoblade is something else. Like Xenoblade, you want to talk about a series that hits all my fucking buttons. It's got the philosophy, it's got the science fiction, it's got the JRPG elements, it's got a really cool cast of characters. Then Xenoblade 2 comes along. It's a game I fucking hated at first, and now I love it to death. I might like it better than 1. And I'm told that 3 is the best of the series. Have you got a chance to play any of those yet?
Actually, I'm slacking on the Xenoblade, so I didn't get the Switch until like what was it, 2020? So there's still a good amount of Switch games I haven't played. So Xenoblade, I definitely need to play those. I have them all physically. I have one, I have two Torna and three, but right now I'm just almost wrapping up my playthrough of Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. And after that, I probably should finally start Xenoblade already to start with the first one.
Yeah, it's good. So the thing I always throw people is it's kind of, to me, it's kind of a mix of The Golden Bough by Alan Fraser with some Prometheus Unbound and some Count of Monte Cristo, right? So these are all books of really big ideas. And Xenoblade to me is kind of a distillation of some of those ideas. So with The Golden Bough, you've got like I'm going to shut up. I'm not going to spoil anything.
Okay,
Play
but
Xenoblade.
yeah, I tried a little bit of it on my cousin's Switch, just like out in the field trying out the combat, and the combat felt really cool and smooth. So definitely want to play it. For me, like an RPG can have a good story and all that, but if the combat sucks, sometimes it'll make me just not even want to play it.
Well, that was the problem I was having with 2 at first. Is that thing was incomprehensible to me. That battle system at first.
I've heard that, yeah.
It was
But
fucking incomprehensible.
I've heard that it can be really tough to get into, but that if you take the time to learn it, like it's really good,
Yeah,
like really in depth.
Yep, and that's Nishquick. That's literally what he said. Nishquick is like, you have to, like, he gave me a couple of YouTubers that do tutorials on it, and he said
Okay.
just give them a watch and try it again. So please try it again. And I did. I
Yep.
still owe Nishquick a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 review. It's done, by the way. It's written. I just got to get the video up on it. So that's one. I've got like 6 or 7 reviews done, by the way, 90s. It's just a matter of getting them to video. including
Oh wow.
including the Breath of the Wild review. It's done. It's finally done.
Do you have them done like as far as what, like just written, or like the whole video's done?
The written review. You know, I got to put the whole video together for each of them. But again, that's not hard. It's just time consuming.
Yeah, you already did the hard part then.
The writing is the hard part, because my writing.
Yep.
Anybody who knows my writing process, like, it's not just playing the game. I'm also reading books that I associate with the game, or watching other media that I associate with the game. So when I played Xenoblade Chronicles, wasn't just playing Xenoblade Chronicles. I'm like, hey, that sounds like The Golden Bough, which is a work of fucking anthropology. I got to read that now. Or hey, that's
actually, I really like that about your reviews. You always relate the game to like a real life experience or some other form of media. You give like an intellectual perspective behind it.
I try to. I try to. I'm a brainlet compared to some of these video essayists, but I try to keep it concise, and I try to give a perspective that I haven't heard before. So, for example, on the Batman review, I'm actually doing Batman as it relates to Foucault's Panopticon, which is a concept of imagine a prison, right? And in the center of the prison, there's a tower. And this tower can see all of the cells surrounding this panopticon. So the prison guards can look down and they can see all the cells. But the view for the prisoners is obscured by glass, and so they can't see. They know that there's guards can see all of them, but the guard can't look in every direction at once. But it doesn't matter, because the prisoners, because they can't see where the guard's looking, just assume that they're watched all the time. Now, it is devious because it deals with a lot of the mental shortcuts and persuasion techniques that you can really utilize on a consciousness. But the problem is it only takes one variable to overwhelm such a system. And in this case, it was what the Joker pulled in Arkham. And so it's kind of Batman, and how Arkham Asylum is, like, if Batman is the panopticon that Gotham relies on, this game illustrates how the single point of failure of the panopticon can lead to disastrous results. At least that's my view on Arkham Asylum. I'll never be able to play Arkham City or Arkham Knight because apparently they forgot to ship those games on my disc.
I was just going to ask you that if you were going to review the full trilogy, because I knew you would say that.
Yeah, I guess not, because apparently my game didn't come with those. So I'm going to review them, and it's going to be a very quick review. It's literally going to be like, okay. Well, here's this screen saying, please download. Oh, that's the review. And that's literally going to be the review for those other 2 parts. It's just going to be a screenshot of like it telling me to download and me saying, fuck off, I'm not doing it. So
I wonder if there's like a Japanese version that has all the games on the card or anything. I was actually looking up the Resident Evil games on Switch today, and I don't know if they have English, but I know the Japanese versions of those collections have all the games on there.
Oh, for sure. You have that, for example, with the Metal Gear Solid collection. It's still shitty in the Japanese version, but it's less shitty because at
Yeah.
least you get Metal Gear Solid. So you get the first game.
Okay.
So that might be worth down the road when it's like 60 or 70% off. I might get the Metal
Yep.
Gear Solid Master Collection Japanese version just to get access to Metal Gear Solid, which is a fantastic game. Like that's one I have played a little bit of. Really good. But I'd love to play the whole series on my Switch. Actually, Rush Dog was just giving me some shit, being like, "Hey, you do have the systems to play these games. You're just
I
fucking
saw that on Twitter. Yep.
yeah, you just won't fucking do it because you're a Switch boy." But it's like, yeah, I might have to bend on that. You're right. Speaking of Rush, he says Toad, Yoshi, Wario, and Luigi have all had great spin-off games. Peach deserved better. 100% agree, Rush. I think you'll find
I agree as well.
you'll find no disagreement here. I think that's the problem I have with the Peach game. Every one of those games you mentioned, Rush, they have their own individual gameplay identity beyond what Mario is. So if you look at Toad, Toad kind of took on a diorama style, honestly, kind of like Super Mario Brothers 2. I know that's kind of a strange thought, but it really is kind of like Super Mario Brothers 2. You pick up vegetables and throw them at enemies. Toad can't really jump that high, which is the Arabian decor for a lot of the levels. It takes a lot from Super Mario Brothers 2, so it's kind of a 3D variant on Super Mario Brothers 2, which is really cool. You look at
I need to play that game. From what I have played, that's a really good one, though. I really like the stages that they had
it's
in the
cool. Yeah.
Mario 3D world.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, and you got Yoshi. Yoshi has been its own thing since since Yoshi's Island. I almost fucked up. I refuse
Yep.
to call that game Super Mario World 2. No, that's Yoshi's Island. Luigi with Luigi's Mansion, Wario with WarioWare. Wario got two. It got WarioWare, and it also got like the Wario Land games, which people say are really good.
I think they need to bring back the Wario platformer games. The WarioWare games on the Switch to me have been a little bit disappointing. I didn't really like what was the first one we got?
Was it Get It
was
Together?
it Get It Together?
Yeah,
yeah, because that I didn't really like the mechanic, like the gimmick where you had like certain characters like did certain things better. It's like you needed certain characters to play certain mini games better. I didn't really like that about it. I feel like maybe that game would be better for like co-op.
Right, yeah. The mini game should be playable by everybody. That's the thing. That's the whole point of those games. So that's
I mean, they are, but it's like certain characters are at a disadvantage with certain mini games.
I guess that's the other question. Speaking of other games that have kind of been the suck on Switch, are we finally going to get a fucking decent Mario Party? Do you think this year?
I don't know. One thing that I don't really like is that they're going back to the Super Mario Party where they're going to have the most. Honestly, I don't like the motion control stuff on the Switch.
Yeah, I wish they would leave some of that shit off. I'll be honest with you, man. Like,
yeah,
it gets old. It definitely gets old.
Honestly, I feel like if they want to focus on motion controls, they should just go back to bringing a sensor bar back. I think that worked better than the gyro controls do with those kind of games.
I've heard people say that, and I got to tell you, I remember no problems with Wii Motion. It's part of what I loved about the Wii.
Yep.
That thing, like if you play Wii Nintendo Switch Sports, and then you go back and play Wii Sports, like fucking, there's no comparison, man. Like Wii Sports.
Yeah, that's why I haven't even bothered with games like that on the Switch because I'm like, well, if I want to play motion controls, I'll just play that on my Wii. It works way better.
Well, and then you've got all the Nintendo sports games, which I feel like could be really good, but Nintendo has decided to make all their sports games they're like hothouse experiment plant for updating games as they go on. And it's just been, I feel like it's been a disaster. Like,
yeah, that's really dumb the way they've done it. I think if they were going to go with that model, they needed to put a lot more content into doing that, like a steady trickle down instead of like just a couple sprinkles here and there, and then that's it.
Yeah, it takes months, man. It takes months to get that shit. It just feels like the game is like empty and barely has any content at first.
Well, even Nintendo Switch Sports is an example of that. You compare that to Wii Sports Resort on the Wii, it hardly has any content, and then all of a sudden now it's just getting an update. It's like it's kind of ridiculous.
Wii Sports Resort. I will go to bat. I will go to battle for that game and say that is one of the all-time goats. Wii Sports
I
Resort with the
agree.
Wii Motion Plus. Oh, that's so. Guys, if you haven't played Wii Sports Resort, you've only played Wii Sports, you're fucking missing out, guys.
Yep,
Like,
definitely.
you want to talk about the true, like, put Skyward Sword away. Sorry, Dishquick, put it away. You want to talk about the true king of Wii Motion Plus? It's Wii Sports Resort fencing. Fucking fencing. It's so
I feel like
good.
that's what everybody bought the Wii Motion Plus for, was for Wii Sports Resort.
It even had some Pilot Wings action in there.
Yep.
It was so
Yeah,
good.
that was really cool. Actually, you could explore the whole island and everything.
Yes.
Then they actually made kind of like a little spin-off of that on the 3DS. They got the Pilot Wings game where I think it's the same island and everything.
I don't care what anybody fucking says about the Wii. I fucking love the Wii. It made me fucking rich, man. Not only that.
No, the Wii to me, that I honestly feel like that's one of Nintendo's best consoles ever. I would say it's.
I'll drink.
For me, I would say it's probably like somewhere between Switch, Super Nintendo, and Wii. It's to me, what I give the Wii an up on as well is that I know you say you don't like the GameCube, but the Wii, you can play the GameCube games on there too.
Yeah, that's true. It did have GameCube. I keep being reminded of that. I do have a Wii, so that means I kind of guess that means I have a GameCube too, doesn't it?
You pretty much do, yeah. Actually, that's what I use as my GameCube. My GameCube, when I was a kid, it got knocked down and broke. So my Wii is my GameCube now.
You managed to break a GameCube? How the fuck did you do that? I'll never forget.
I'll
never forget Morgan Rim on G4 smashing that with a fucking sledgehammer.
My cousin walked by the cord and it just he pulled. I guess when he walked by, it pulled the cord, knocked the whole system down, and it worked for like 2 years, and then it just stopped playing CDs after that.
Incredible that it worked for 2 years. That's that Nintendo engineering, though. Like even after an accident like
that. Might have been like 3 years.
Well, if you go to New York, you got the Game Boy that survived like an Iraq fucking blast.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it still works. It still turns on and shit. Oh my god!
Oh, I didn't know it turned on. I just thought it survived the
fire
and all that.
It works.
Wow,
that's working
amazing
system, man. Yeah, survived a war zone. Like that is some powerful stuff for sure. But I love the Wii, man. The Wii got me back into gaming. Like most people are familiar with that story for now, but I was a PC boy for a long time. After the Super Nintendo, I was a Super Nintendo and PC boy, and that changed with the Wii. The Wii had Wii Sports, and it especially changed in 2009 when New Super Mario Brothers Wii came out. That was
that game was,
dude. That was the grail to me. That was like, oh my god,
me too.
They're back. They're really fucking back.
Yep, like pretty much everyone else, I started with 2D Mario as well. So when we got New Super Mario Brothers Wii, and they brought Yoshi back to the game and all that, I was super hyped for that game back then.
Oh, it was so good. That was almost a religious experience playing that back in the day. That was like playing New Super Mario, playing a 2D Mario game on a console for the first time in 18 years, a new 2D Mario game. I honestly, I put that experience up there with like booting up the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind for the first time. Like I really do.
I know a lot of people like to hate on the new Super Mario Brothers series, but Super Mario Brothers Wii, that game was really good. Still is.
Yeah, I will tell you what, New Super Mario, I almost called it New Super Mario Brothers Wonder. See what I did there?
Yep.
Super Mario Brothers Wonder, I feel like, is only going to increase that sentiment. I think people are going to look back on New Super Mario Brothers Wii and even New Super Mario Brothers U, and I think they're going to say, well, these are, in particular, U, because I don't think what I'm about to say, I don't think applies to Wii at all. Well, this is a really half-ass, lazy-ass fucking effort. But at least it's a real 2D Mario game. I feel like that's...
Mario Wonder?
No, Mario U. I think Mario Wonder is...
okay.
So let's talk about Mario Wonder real quick, because, oh my gosh, like, I liked it. I'm not going to say I didn't like it.
Yep.
There's things I really love about it. But when it came out and when I played it, I said, "Oh dear, I don't think this is what people wanted," and it doesn't seem to be, because one of the things I point out in my last Zoo Market Minute, we were talking about this, when Nintendo released their new numbers, they released updated numbers for New Super Mario Brothers U, and they released nothing. They didn't even mention Mario Wonder. And what
Oh
that
wow.
means in corporate speak is the game stopped selling. The game
Yep.
hit its wall. That's what that means. And so the question becomes, why did this happen? Why did Super Mario Brothers Wonder, a game that should, honest to God, lifetime outsell Mario Odyssey, why did it hit a wall at about 13 million sales, which is embarrassing for a 2D Mario? Like, if we don't get a sales update like next year with that game doing at least 15 to 16 million, you can stick a fork in that game momentum wise. It's done. So what
I think it
happened?
should be maybe after the holidays.
Could be. And 2D Mario is a game traditionally that sells over time, large amounts.
Yep.
It traditionally is. And I do think that number is going to go up. But man, that was shocking to me, because I didn't think it was a bad game. I thought,
Well,
so go ahead.
I was just going to ask, do you think that, I know that the Switch has a higher install base now, but do you think that software sales are just slowing down in general across the board?
Seems to be, well, that seems to be the takeaway that Nintendo's playing with. Yeah, I mean, if you look, I think it was like a 49% reduction, like a 41 or
Yeah,
49. I'd have to go back and look at the actual number. So if anybody has a number in chat, put it in there. But it's bad. It's definitely bad. But what I would say is this system's fucking 8 years old at this point. Like, we've reached market saturation. Like, if anybody who wants a Switch probably has a Switch by now.
yep,
So I feel like Nintendo is generally, so when I criticize the Switch too, please understand, I feel like Nintendo is between a rock and a hard place at this point. You can certainly continue to support the Switch, but the argument can be made looking at the recent sales that, hey, people are not buying as many Switch games. So what does a Nintendo do when they're entering bad macroeconomic and geopolitical headwinds? So the environment is going to be bad for sales. On top of that, you've got a
I agree.
system that's going to be compared to the Switch One, the OG Switch, and it's going to be competing with that system. And then to put the last kind of icing on the cake, now on top of all of that, like, you've got what appears to be major industry headwinds going on with the surrounding industry. So I don't know. I don't know what they do. I think that's part of why they're getting into other culture like movies and theme parks. I think that's meant to, because keep in mind, they've also put all their eggs in one basket. So they have a single point of failure now, which is, well, they did. And Nintendo has smartly started to say, okay, let's make deals with Lego. Let's start getting the toys
Yep.
deals more out there. Let's start doing theme parks. Let's start doing movies and motion pictures. And I think that extra stream of revenue is going to replace the dual system revenue they used to have. I think they're going to have the console, and then they're going to have all these other things as well. And they're doing gangbusters. The Mario movie did insane. Um,
Yeah, they did.
so yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I think that is their response to the headwinds, and I think that's their response to, even if the Switch 2. And keep in mind, the Switch 2 can come out, and if the Switch 2 does 70, 80, 90 million lifetime with the way Nintendo does their business, that's going to be fine. That system's going to be absolutely fine, especially considering the added revenue from these other streams now.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Well, one thing I think they have going for them too is that, maybe not so much with the Western, but they do also have a lot more, third-party Japanese support now.
It's great. Yeah, whatever the
Yep.
next system is, depending on what the specs are, they'll get everything from Japan. And right now, I got to be honest with you, that's kind of what you want. Like, if you have to choose,
Yeah.
there seems to be a lot of dog shit coming out of Western game studios lately. Not all of them.
Yeah, the
Not all.
Western gaming scene it's definitely declined from what it used to be.
Yeah, for every Baldur's Gate 3, you've got fucking 90 Kong Skull Islands. Like, you just, it's better,
Yep.
or The Hobbit, or not The Hobbit, but the Gollum, or all these pieces of shit, these meme games that people are playing now. which
Yeah,
I can.
there's some other shooters. There's some other shooter game that just came out. RGT made a video about it. I
Uh-huh.
forgot what it's called. I think Concord or something, and it's like already dead. I think it's from Sony.
Oh, really? Oh, another
Yep.
man. So, Sony. Like, I don't know. I don't know. And again, it's fun. It's fun to laugh at Sony and Microsoft because they made bad choices. But it's not good. Like, the other thing, part of this is Nintendo needs robust competition so that they don't fall into their shitty Nintendo ways again. That can happen.
Yep.
Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't like a arrogant, confident Nintendo, because arrogant, confident Nintendo historically, we got the Wii U after the success of the Wii. That's the other kind of thing that this makes. I don't think they're going to do it this time because Furukawa is a very different kind of leader. But
Yep.
that's always in the back of my head that Nintendo tends to have a really big successful system and then shit the bed on the next round. Like, they tend to do that a lot. So I
I'm just thinking they've got to have something up their sleeve, because even if you look at the last couple years on the Switch, it's like we really haven't gotten. Oh, we've gotten a lot of new games, but a lot of these games have been like remakes or remasters. So I'm thinking they've got to be holding on to these new games for the next console. Like even Donkey Kong, we're getting that old ass Donkey Kong game from the Wii. So
yeah.
I'm hoping they got a new like 3D Donkey Kong game or something for the Switch too.
Did you see that post that went viral? That guy that was literally, oh my gosh, like, he took the Donkey Kong Country Returns and he was like picking the tiniest nits that he possibly could about, like, well, I'm concerned about Donkey Kong Country Returns because look at this. This doesn't have quite the same refresh rate as the Wii game has. And like, just going to town on it. Everybody's just like, bro, what are you doing? Like,
I didn't watch the whole video, but I saw some of that where they were saying like the lighting isn't how it
yes, it is.
was in the
Yeah, he had like
original, all kind of
48
stuff.
points of contention or some shit. It's like,
Yeah, and I
buddy, it's
know a
just
lot of people
porn.
were saying like the game's not even fully developed yet either. You know, when that trailer came out.
Exactly. It's like, buddy, just chill. Like, I like to think that when I have critiques of Nintendo, they're substantive, and it seems like a lot of people do a lot of reaching. When I saw that, I'm like, boy, you are Stretch Armstrong in this bitch, man. Like,
Yeah.
man. So Rush Dog says, in some ways, being mid is worse than being bad. Agree 100%. 100%. A bad game can be memorable. I will never fucking forget my time with Troll and I. I will never forget it. Ever. Ever forget Troll and I. I've already forgotten some of what I played on Princess Peach Showtime. Yeah.
Yeah, that game really wasn't that memorable. It was just like it is like there were certain like I feel like even the highs in that game just weren't really good enough to even make a full game based off of that.
right. 100%. The Monster says, I played the demo for Trace Memory and kind of fell asleep, hoping MEO is cool. Trace Memory. Let me see. Is that the one? Oh, that's another code. Okay, yeah. So
Another Code Recollection.
yeah. So what I'll tell you, Monster, is Trace Memory is interesting. Another code is interesting. I've not decided whether I like it or not yet, but it's certainly interesting. The ideas it plays with are cool, and I'm curious to see what happens with her and why what the end of her mystery is. Um, it's yet to hook me, so I can kind of see where you're coming from there in terms of it just having that hook it kind of needs. Um, so
With another code, one thing I heard about that is that you kind of have to adjust the camera controls or else it like moves like
yes,
super slow and
yes,
sluggish.
yes, that's 100% correct. Yeah, when I first got into it, I'm like, what the fuck is this? And yeah, there are adjustments you can make to make that better. 100%. Yeah. Um, you've got Rush Dog says Smiling Man is also M rated. Yeah, that's kind of wild. Nintendo doesn't do that a lot, so let's all enjoy that while we can. Um, Brooke says try demo of MEO first, and yeah, I definitely will do that for sure. Monster says he's gonna check it out too. And then Rush Dog says, give Sakamoto a break. I will not. Um, he was involved with Dread. God damn you and your logic. That's true. That is, guys, that's true. That's a great point he makes there. Dread is also a direct sequel to Fusion. Other M's sucked, but even Miyamoto has a bad game from time to time. Name it. Okay, name it. Again, and I am not one to stand Miyamoto, but I'm very curious to see this argument here. Not saying you're wrong, but I would like to see Miyamoto's bad game. Miyamoto makes games that are huge misses with me. Miyamoto makes stupid, dumb fuck decisions sometimes in terms of what he allows in franchises. Miyamoto oftentimes completely misses the pulse of the gaming market. Miyamoto is completely uninterested in Nintendo Switch to the point where they literally just sent him to work on theme parks and movies, which I hate him for that, honestly, because I would love to see what Miyamoto would do with that hardware, but apparently it bores him. But Miyamoto make a bad game. You're kind of getting my Nintendo fanboy hackles up. I want to hear this. So, 90's, can you think of a bad Miyamoto game? It doesn't mean there isn't, but like off the top of my head, a bad Miyamoto game.
I mean, all I really know for Miyamoto is like what, Mario, Pikmin, and Zelda. I can't really think of anything else outside of that.
Those are his big ones. He also did Donkey Kong, not Country. He did.
Yeah, I know that.
Devil World, Popeye, Wrecking Crew. Well, I don't know if he did Wrecking Crew, honestly. He might not. That might have been Gumpy. No, Wrecking Crew was Jumpman. That was okay. That was Miyamoto. So, a thing a lot of people don't know about Miyamoto was an industrial engineer. He did not come to Nintendo as a game developer. Game developer really wasn't a professional job at that time. It was, but it really wasn't. It was the early days of actual commercial video game development. Most video game devs were hobbyists at that time. And anybody who doesn't believe me, go listen to anything Richard Garriott has to say. Like, you didn't really see a games industry form until the Atari early in the 80s, and then that crashed really fast. And then Nintendo built the modern industry up after that crash. But yeah, in between that, it was a lot of hobbyism. So Miyamoto actually had no game development experience. He was an industrial engineer. That explains why games like Wrecking Crew and games like Donkey Kong had like the steel girders and things of that nature. He was writing what he knew, man. But yeah, I could go. Miyamoto was such an interesting character. Like, I love the guy, and I go back and forth with Miyamoto. I really do. I will tell you, Nintendo wouldn't be anywhere near what it was without him. Like,
that's true.
He's definitely left his mark, irregardless of what any of us think. But I do want to know. Please name the bad game, and let me see if he's named it yet. Please name the bad game. I need to see this. Let's see here. He hasn't named it yet, but I'm sure Rush, if he's still here, will name that bad game. And if not, I'm going to seek him out on that. I'm very curious because Rush is a smart guy, and he might have something for me. I've never played Popeye. Maybe Popeye is the bad game. That's going to be my guess. I'm going to guess Popeye because I've never played. I'm going to guess it's Popeye, or maybe Devil World. That's another one I haven't actually played. Because any Miyamoto game I've played, I've the worst I've ever been able to say about it is it's not for me. He says 3 parts to Emio. Brooks says 3 parts to Emio. So there's actually 3 parts of demo. That's pretty. Are they gonna sell us any of the game? I guess would be my question at this point. Like, are they just?
Yeah, I know they've been putting the demos out like chapter by chapter. I guess they really want to, let people get a feel for this game. It is, visual novels are always a niche series, so I guess they're trying to promote it a little more.
So yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I just got into visual novels like with the Switch, and Rush Dog can tell you, I used to be absolutely scornful of these kind of games, man. If you had told me back in 2012 when I first started writing that I was gonna like a fucking visual novel, I would have laughed. I would have laughed my ass off at you. But they're really chill after a really rough day at the office. They're really chill, man. I really find myself liking them, and some of the stories, House of Fata Morgana, AI the Somnium Files. There's some incredible VNs. Do you have any favorites?
As far as visual novels?
Yeah.
Honestly, I haven't gotten too much into visual novels yet. The only one that I've played a little bit, which is more of kind of like an interactive visual novel,
Uh-huh.
is it's the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and I didn't beat the whole game, but I played like a couple of the chapters or cases on there, and I liked it. But
Yeah.
it's just like for me, usually when I want to sit down and play a game, I guess I'm a little more hyper. I just kind of want to move around.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
guess I gotta get into a more relaxed space to really get into the visual novels. But I have a few on the Switch. Another one I have is what's that one by Atlas? It's Atlas and Vanillaware. I forgot what it's called now. Uh, can't think of the name of it. And then I have that Digimon Survive on the Switch. That's one I haven't played yet. And I have the other Ace Attorney. I think there's the Apollo Justice. I have that. I haven't played that one. 13
Yeah.
Sentinels. That's the one. That's the one I really want to play.
I have 13 Sentinels. I haven't played it yet. I hear nothing but good things about that.
Yep.
Oh, and here's Rush Dog, and yeah, once again, Rush Dog comes in with an absolute fucking unarguable bomb. He's absolutely correct. With respect to Miss Mandia, Wii Music is another bad Miyamoto game. Yep, there it is. There it is.
I wouldn't know that. That never interested me.
Well, I literally, that game was so fucking bad, I blocked it out. But Miss Mandia, again, I like to give all sides of this, though. Miss Mandia literally said like it brought her and a bunch of friends together, and they still have some of the videos of the music they made. And so, you know what? Um, it's not a good game. Rush Dog is 100% right. That's a bad game, but it still kind of did something for Mandy, and I'm sure other people. And so, yeah, I'm not going to argue with that at all. But I also am. I am so. I'm so glad Mandy was able to have that experience. You know.
There are certain kind of games like that where it's like unless you play them with other people, like if you just try to play them by yourself, they're no good. But if you get some people to play them with, you can have a good time.
Yeah, and maybe Wii Music is one of those. Like 100%. Um, yeah. And then Caesar. Oh, Caesar's in the house. Caesar, we got to try to get you on to try to break. I think it's Nishquick has the record now. I think it's either Emily or Nishquick. I think it's Nishquick. I think Nishquick broke Emily's record for length. I don't
How
know if
long was he on for?
over 4 hours.
Oh, dang.
Well, I
You
can
guys
find
must have
it.
had a really good conversation there.
Well, part of it, I'll tell you what. People try to go for the gold on Liquored Up Live all the time. I have good conversations with everybody. I've never had a bad conversation on here. I like to talk, and most people who are willing to come on are people who like to talk too, right? Um,
Yep.
but what I will say is there is a strategy of sorts, and OJ and Emily and people who like shoot for this medal can tell you a little bit more about that. But it's one part um, keeping me talking, and it's another part having enough of a chat. If you can bring your A game and bring your chat on board, yeah, you'll knock because I read everything. If you're in the chat, I read your chat, and so if there's 1,000 people in the chat, it's a long night for me.
Okay.
So that's part of the
so,
strategy. So Emily brought
so,
an
hey, I've got a
entire
question for you.
army with her. She brought an army with her
Yep.
that night. What's the question?
Yeah, since we were talking about Wii games, I just wanted to know, do you have like a top 5 off the head?
Off the top of my head, yeah, I could do that for you. So,
Okay.
New Super Mario Brothers Wii, absolutely loved it. Mad World, actually, really interesting title. One of the few MA mature games on there. Resident Evil
Yep.
4 Wii Edition, a game that absolutely blew my fucking mind back in the day. Absolutely adored that game. Punch Out for the Wii, absolutely a blast.
I'm
Um,
actually playing through that right now. I never beat it. Back in the day when I was a kid, I just could not beat that game, but I'm trying to now.
Final game, toss up between Mario Kart Wii and the Wii Sports. Instantly.
Wii
Oh no!
Sports or
Oh
Wii
god!
Sports Resort?
I got to fit Xenoblade in there somewhere. No wait, yeah, it's actually hard to do a top 5. So man, never mind. Knock those two off. As fun as they are, Xenoblade has to go. Has to go in there, 100%. I completed Xenoblade Chronicles for the first time on that, and I was actually part of the I was part of the effort in Operation Rainfall to get that fucking game over here. So that's an emotional
Oh, that's
impact
pretty
too.
cool.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yep.
a big wig in it or anything. I wasn't an organizer, but you can bet your ass I signed petitions and went on that email campaign. Yeah, we did that. We brought the titan known as Nintendo. We felled a god and we brought it down to its knees to do what we asked it to do. And it felt
Yeah, that
great.
must have been cool to be a part of that. Yep.
And so it ties into the Xenoblade story, and that's all I'll say. That's it's a great narrative that ties together for sure. But yeah, good question. Good question. Because God, I could do the Wii was so good.
Yeah.
It was so good, guys. It was. Lying to yourselves if you say otherwise. But yeah, C's
Did
Arcade
you
is
ever
in.
play?
Go ahead.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're
Did
good.
you ever play? Did you ever play the House of the Dead Overkill on the Wii?
I never got to play that on the Wii. Is it good?
That's a really good one. Yeah, really good.
I will look for that. I will buy that. That sounds awesome because the light gun games on the Wii, the Dead Space light gun game on the Wii was good. I did play that one. Yeah, there was the light gun games on there were fantastic. Actually,
Yeah,
Sin and
actually,
Punishment. Sin and Punishment. God damn it! Sin and Punishment Star Successor is another one.
that's one I need to get. I never played that one.
Yeah, there's Zack and Wiki, the King of Barbados, or something like that. Really good. Zack and Wiki's Treasure. There's some
That's another one I've heard of. Yep.
there's some really nice gems. Uh, what is it? Bloom Blocks or something. No, it's not Bloom Blocks. I forget. It's
The Blob.
the Blob. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, the Blob. Which is there's some good shit. So yeah, Caesar is in the house, and Caesar actually just put a really good video out. That I've got queued up. I can't wait to hear him talk about it because it's one of my loves is print media, and it's all about the fall of Game Informer, which is we lost another one, man. Like we lost another print media. Gosh.
Yeah, it sucks that physical media in general is,
Fuck.
kind
I
of dying
know it.
out these days.
I know it.
Actually, I went to my local Best Buy like a week or two ago, hoping I could maybe find the few DVDs or Blu-rays that they had left, and they were completely gone now.
That's really sad. Actually, that just hit me on
Yep.
an emotional level, man. That's sad. And part of it's the booze starting to kick in. By the way, we're almost 2 hours into this fucking thing, and I haven't even asked what the fuck is everybody drinking. So what are you drinking here? What are you drinking, 90's?
I'm not drinking anything, man. I'm really not much of a drinker. Usually, drink pretty much water, maybe a little bit of soda here and there.
Well, we've always got water and we've always got Kool-Aid at the bar. We are a welcoming place here, so that is not a
Actually,
problem.
I left my water bottle over here. About to take a sip, actually.
There we go. Yeah, I'll join. Let's take a toast to all of the good times Game Informer gave gamers. Grab your drink and we'll have a toast. We'll have a simultaneous toast, and that feels good. We're reaching across the internet to have a great toast to Game Informer. Yep. Through the power of the internet, man. That's why I fucking love the internet. And yeah, Game Informer. Despite
Yeah, I had some memories with Game Informer
yeah,
too. I used to get
yeah,
the subscription back in the day. I haven't got it recently
sure.
because I think now, unless you asked them for the physical, they would just automatically send it to you digitally. So I wouldn't even bother looking for it. But back in the day, I used to get the physicals. I might still have some around, some Game Informer magazines.
Yeah, it's that hits me hard, man. Like I can't wait. Again, it's just finding the time. Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna have a YouTube day. I got to get all these. I got a lot of videos I want to get in. I still got to watch Super Eye Patch Wolf's video. It's like 2 fucking hours, man. That's the problem with an Eye Patch Wolf video. I love the guy, and his videos are fucking art, but it's 2 hours.
Yeah, that's a long time. Usually with those kind of videos, I'll just kind of watch them in like different days, like a little
Yeah,
here, a little
yeah,
there.
that's probably the strategy I'm gonna have to employ because normally I could do it, but I'm really busy lately. But I definitely want to get that one in. It's social horror. It's a video about social horror. and it's gonna be good. It's gonna be really good. It's gonna be right up my fucking alley. But Caesar's got one like that too. Caesar, just like he said, so go watch Caesar's video. He's also gonna be doing, from what I gather, and Caesar, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it looks like you're also going to be a series of some read-alongs with some of those Game Informers you purchased, like the classic Game Informers. And I am all there for that shit, brother.
Oh,
Like,
that's pretty cool.
that's
Yeah.
going to be cool as fuck. And that's a great way. That is a great way to celebrate printed media, actually. I really like
Yep.
that idea. I might steal that from you, buddy, with the Nintendo Switch Player magazine. I might steal that from you and have to read some myself. So it is plagiarism of ideas. I don't care, because it's such a great idea that people need to start doing that. People need to give
Yep.
printed media their due. And Caesar, I will give you all the credit in the world. So I will credit you for the idea. It's a great one, man. It's a really great one.
That is a good idea.
Yeah. I like that a lot. He says, dropping in to say hello to my peeps. Gonna catch this tomorrow night on my drive home. Well, have a safe drive, man. Yeah, definitely, because I know
Thanks for stopping by, man.
you got a hell of a commute, and yeah, just make sure you're safe and listen to my and do not pull a zoo, which we know you're smarter than that. So yeah, stay sober. And then Rush Dog, given the same sentiment, says, yeah, hey Caesar, drive safe. Brick Barnes says, any Mario, Xenoblade games, Zelda, Ace Attorney, which, yeah, she already named those. Those are all good games, yeah. The Monster says, highly recommend Xenochronicles 3. Yep, which we read that, and 100%, man. Rush Dog says we should all play Splatoon 3. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to do that.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yep, absolutely going to have to do that. That'll be a fucking blast.
Yeah.
Me and Rush always have fun when we play it. And then you guys should check out, yes, everybody should check out Nintendo Gamer Gals is the name of her account. And she does Saturday Splatoon 3, and they're a hoot. I've tuned into some of those. They're really good.
Oh, live streams?
She does live streams every Saturday of Splatoon, or weekly. Yeah.
Okay.
Splatoon.
Well, I might have to check that out too then.
Yeah, they're really good. They're really, really good. They're a lot of fun. She's a lot of fun on there. Monster says, incredible game, really made me kind of think about the future of Nintendo. I put over 100 hours in it. So Xenoblade Chronicles 3, yeah. I haven't got to 3 yet. Everybody who I talk to, especially when taken in with the DLC, says it is the best Xeno experience on the planet. It's somehow they top the absolute heights of Xenoblade 1 and 2. I've heard that a lot. And that's
so. Where are you with Xenoblade? Have you got into Torna yet?
Nope, I'm at Xenoblade 2 and haven't played Torna yet. Yeah, I need to play Torna.
Okay.
And then which I have physically, thank God, because it's stupid expensive now. And
yeah.
I need to play.
Well, actually, VGP just did some reprints on all those Xenoblade games I saw. Yep.
Good. That's one of the. And by the way, guys, he is a collector. I just want to point out, I am so glad whenever these games get re-releases. I want these games to be as accessible physically as possible. You'll never see me sitting here like people. It makes me so mad when I see people that are like gritting their teeth about, well, now my game's worthless. Hey, asshole! People want to play the fucking game and not have to go through you and pay $200. Fuck off.
Yeah, that was never the the point of it.
No, the point is to make it accessible.
For playing.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's accessible. I don't care about your fake WADA fucking. I don't care.
Yeah, that's how I feel like about what was the one on Switch, the Super Mario 3D All Stars. I wish they would just start printing those again so people could buy them instead of having to pay like $100.
Yeah, because and that was available for a long time, but that was a baffling decision to me on Nintendo's part.
Yeah, I never understood that one. Because I think that game would still sell.
Oh yeah. Especially given the fact that like you just had your breakthrough for that series with Odyssey. You just had the breakthrough. You just exposed tens and tens of millions of people to 3D Mario. And what honestly I consider to be a pretty perfect game, honestly. I have nothing bad to say. The only thing I could say is some of the moons are really silly, like really easy, silly, stupid, silly. So that's the one. But the world building, the fact that Bowser feels dangerous again, attacking all these kingdoms, the fact that they were literally able to stuff like literal like amazing moments crammed into each level, the uniqueness
Yep.
and design of those worlds, the fact that you can literally play as a goddamn T-Rex in a Mario game.
That was pretty cool. I also liked how you could turn into the bullet bills.
Yeah, it's so cool. Such a cool thing,
Yep.
man.
Then I think they even had like an army tank you turn into. They had a lot of cool abilities in that game.
It was really cool, and we won't spoil the last one in case there's people that haven't played it. But at the last level of the storyline game, you get a really amazing transformation sequence that has to be seen.
One thing that I always felt about Super Mario Odyssey, though, is I feel like they took Kirby's gimmick and gave it to
You're
Mario.
right. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Yes, it absolutely feels like a Kirby game more than a Mario game. But I'll be damned if they made it work. But you're one. I've also had that thought. It's like, oh, so Mario's Kirby now, except it's a hat instead of sucking them in. Like,
basically.
Yes. That definitely well pointed out. Brooks says, I'm not into the Wario or Mario Party games. They just bore me. You're probably better off since, in particular, Mario Party will literally make you want to kill and murder your friends.
Mario Party is great for that, though. I feel like if you've got a group of people to play with, it's a lot of fun. But I played it like online, and the online works good for the Mario Party Superstars, but it's still not as fun as playing with a group of people in person.
Oh,
in my
person,
opinion,
it's fun, but it's dangerous. Like, did you ever watch the Super Best Friends, like the Let's Players?
Nah.
Like Pat, Matt, and Wooly. So their friendship, I'm sure some of this was at work, but their friendship was almost fucking destroyed over a game of Mario Party. Like, it's so funny.
Wow.
Yeah, they even showed the aftermath, like the next day breakfast with like fucking Liam sitting there eating cereal. Like Wooly comes in and like he makes brief eye contact and looks down and then sits down and like looks in the other direction. And then Matt's like staring off in the other direction too, not looking at either of them. And like they're just mad. Like they're just mad at each other after this game. Like it literally ends with like fucking, you've got like fucking Wooly being like, yeah, hooray for me, booyah. Just collected like his 5th star because it's just this bullshit fucking mapping he got. And he's just like, yeah, well, hooray for me. Can't wait to punch you in the face while you're sleeping tonight. And like they're
yeah, I can see that.
They're like genuinely fucking mad at each other. And for me, I've had that experience before. The main thing I experienced with Mario Party, so I have a nemesis NPC in these type of games. And what I mean is every game there's that one fucking NPC that makes my life hell. And so for Mario Kart, it's Donkey's bitch ass. To quote, what's the name of that Let's Player? It's Dashy Games. So it's Donkey's bitch ass in Mario Kart, and in Mario Party, it's Boo in the old games and Yoshi. I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't give a fuck what difficulty you set it on. The AI cheats. Like Yoshi, unless you have 4 people,
oh, definitely.
Yoshi will always win, and Boo will always win. And
I feel like when you have an AI player, for some reason they like there's always one that they just make them play like perfectly.
Yeah, it's Yoshi. It's Yoshi in my games. And so we all work together to basically fuck over Yoshi, and he still manages to win. And so Mario Party, if you have 4 people, you just want to kill each other, but you're having fun while you do it. If you manage to have 2 or 3 people, you unite in brotherhood and sisterhood against the fucking AI guy. You just like to tear him to pieces. And so it's either will bring you together or it will pull you apart. And either way, it is a magical experience that only Nintendo can give you. I feel like they did the same thing on Super Mario 3D World, because Nintendo, they always take that animosity that they can spur to the next level because, everybody can play together, and that's one thing. But no, that wasn't good enough. That wasn't good enough for Miyamoto and Nintendo. No, they give you the crown. that the leading player gets to wear in the fucking overworld space. They give you the crown. And everybody's just mad at that guy and wants to. That guy's a fucking booger, and everybody just wants to fucking kick him off the mountain and take that crown. And Nintendo, I swear to God, they do this on purpose. Like Nintendo wants you to play together, but they also want you to like beat on your friends, and it's hilarious.
Yep.
It's so good the way they do that. It's so delicious, man. So then the monster says Mario Golf on Switch wasn't bad, but the physics felt super borked. Yeah, I kind of had that problem too. It's like, man, this just doesn't feel great, right? Like, yeah, I feel that way definitely about some of the sports games, but yeah, golf in particular for sure. And then we hit the casual audience perfectly. Not my favorite of their consoles, but I get why people dig it. We need a new Punch Out. Yes.
I agree, definitely.
We need, God, yes, we need a new Punch Out.
I would be happy even if they remastered the one from the Wii, just brought it over,
We need Punch Out needs representation. Star Fox needs good representation, and F-Zero needs representation. And if I'm really stretching out to my wildest dreams, we need Mother representation. We need Mother 3 remastered on the Switch. Make it the 3D game you always wanted to make it. Get Shigesaki Itoi. I know he's a Japanese celebrity. He's fucking busy. Have the ninjas kidnap that guy, the Nintendo ninjas. Have them kidnap that guy for a little bit. Not really. But bring him in. Get Mother 3 done. Make it 3D remastered Mother 3 on the Nintendo Switch. I know y'all aren't going to make any money off of it. Although I think it'll surprise you given Smash Brothers and how popular Ness and those and Lucas and those characters are now. Please, for the love of God, do this, Nintendo. I promise I'll never ask you.
I think they would remake the first couple games before they did that, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy with even Earthbound. I'd be happy with it. But Mother 3, if you can just deliver Mother 3, Nintendo, I'll never ask you for another thing. I will stop crying on the internet about you forever. If you just give us Mother
3. Yeah, I think if they did, that would be a long way out.
I understand there's the fact that Shigesaki Itoi is the Mother guy and he's not available. There's that. There's the copyright issues around the music that all sounds like fucking Beatles music. For some reason, they decided to take the most litigious music group on the planet and semi-replicate their songs in the Mother games, like because Itoi loves the Beatles. Like, but man, I want to see that. I absolutely want to see that. I'd really like that, Nintendo. I'd really like that.
Well, I've heard a big part of the reason too is that it's like not politically correct for the times or whatever.
Oh no, yeah, there's some wild shit in those games. Wild shit in those games. Yeah, Itoi gives no shits, and Itoi is not afraid to go to places like Mother 3 will break you emotionally. It will break you. Yeah, he talks about all the forbidden topics in those games, and it's all behind this cutesy exterior of like a idyllic like Americana setting. Like it's so good. It's so fucking good. That's a duplicate comment, so we're good there. That 3D Donkey Kong rumor has been going around for a while now. Definitely agree. Yeah. 3D Donkey Kong. I don't know. Just make sure that there's not a billion cajillion collectibles. Like, just maybe don't do that. Like, and maybe Donkey Kong 64 style game could be good. My understanding,
or at least they'll make them a requirement.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's all the weirdo collectibles in that game that you have to have.
Yeah, I never did beat that one as a kid. I was like 6 when I had that game and never did beat it.
Right, yeah, no, I totally understand that. That's some crazy shit. Like, hey, you got Red Bash in the house. What's going on, Bash? What's up, man?
What up, Rad?
Yeah, Rad's in the house. Got Kaiser in the house. Says, yo. Got the Mad Belmont in the house.
What up, Mad Kaiser? Belmont, what up?
Yeah, got a lot of people in here. Yeah, hell yeah. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, Kaiser. Welcome in, Belmont. Monster saying, what's up? Belmont saying, what's up, Kaiser? Not much going on here on my end. Bash says, laugh my ass off. Belmont, how did we show up here at the same time? Yeah, you guys have like some kind of psychic link or something, man. That's good.
Yeah, the whole crew showed up.
Fuck yeah. Hey, Monster. Got Mad Kaiser doing pretty good, just playing more Trials of Mana remake. Can't put it down. Yeah, I've been watching your videos on that, Kaiser. Like, yeah, in terms of you going through the Mana series. What's your favorite so far, man? What is your favorite, and tell us why it's Seiken Dentetsu 3. I guess I'll ask that way. But yeah, you're gearing up for this new Mana that I can't even fucking play. I'm absolutely not bitter about that at all. Not at all, guys. Not bitter at all about that.
So will you buy the Switch 2 to play it if it comes out on there?
That's what everybody says is going to be on the Switch too. So
Yeah.
my general rule with a video game console is I need 6 games, right? I've only broken that rule once, and it was for Breath of the Wild. I just bought Breath of the Wild. But I need 3 games that are out currently, and I need 3 games that are going to be coming out that are announced. That's kind of how I protect myself from shitty hardware.
Yep.
And to me, if you can deliver me 6 games, and I'm not talking about, oh, that looks interesting. I'm talking about 6 games I really, really want to play. Like 6 games I will drop everything to play. You need 6. 3 out, 3 coming. I don't know if the new Mana reaches that level. Mana is a game that I absolutely will play once I get the system, but I don't know if it's a system I buy the hardware for now. No,
That's true.
I need a 2D Mario or a traditional Zelda or a really, really fucking good Metroid game like Dread. As well as like a absolute. I'll tell you one that could. It's like RE Fantasio or something like that.
Yep.
That
one looks pretty good.
That is something I will put on my list for Switch 2.
Like, how about the Final Fantasy VII remake game?
Yes. I want to play those. Those look too fucking good to pass up.
I probably would get those.
Yeah, those look really good. Especially given that I'm starting to play some of these cinematic new games like Mass Effect.
Yep.
I am hooked, man. I am hooked on Mass Effect. I'm playing Andromeda now. That's how fucking hooked on this universe I am. I'm playing fucking Andromeda. And by the way, Andromeda is not as bad as everybody says. Everybody tells you it's not as bad as people say, guys. It isn't. It's got problems. It's not as good as Mass Effect Trilogy, but it's not as bad as people say. So you got Sup Monster. Everybody just wishing everybody, yeah, Kaiser says the same thing. And Belmont says, bro, I have no clue other than it's our clone brains on the same wavelength. I think you all have a psychic connection. And it looks like Radbash kind of agrees with that too. Yeah, facts, bro. Monster says, not much, dudes, just hanging out listening to these guys talking. Yeah, we're doing our yapping. So that is absolutely true. And actually, the Monster comes in with another good observation. And he says that Miyamoto ruined Star Fox. Yeah, he did, actually. There's another one. I forget about Star Fox Zero. Star Fox Zero is pretty shit. Yeah.
Did you play that one?
No, but I didn't have to. I absorbed through cultural osmosis that game's controls are shit.
Yeah, I heard the same thing.
Also, they just remade Star Fox 64 again and gave it shitty controls.
Yeah.
That's my understanding of Star Fox Zero. So yeah, Miyamoto ruined Star
Fox.
If
that's the case, they should have tried to fix it then. Maybe just put it out on the Switch with revamped controls.
Oh yeah, because Star Fox 64 is a really good game. Like really good.
Yep.
That's one of the ones I loved on the 64.
Yeah, that's probably one of my all-time favorites, actually.
Star Fox did. Which Star Fox did he ruin? I would say Zero is what Monster's probably talking about. Zero was real bad. Because we all know that other fucking Star Wars game on the GameCube, the run around with a magic stab puzzle game. We all know that's not a Star Fox game, Brad. So, and also that was Rare, not Miyamoto. Let's see. We got Steel Diver for the 3DS is a bad Miyamoto game. Is that a Miyamoto game?
I didn't know that. Never played that one. I think I still have it though.
I vaguely remember Steel Diver. I was gonna say I've never heard.
I think I bought that for like $5.
Yeah, let's see this.
I know it reviewed pretty well though. It didn't get like bad reviews or anything. I just heard it's like a really short game.
So it looks like the director was Takaya Imamura. Let me dig a little deeper on this real quick, because that doesn't mean it's not me. Okay. Still Divers first shows a playable technical concept of the subway was, according to Shooter, long before that. Oh, nope, this is a Miyamoto. This is a Miyamoto joint. Yeah. Long before that, stems from his desire to make a flight sim. Yep. Should have stuck with Pilot Wings, buddy. You already had that game. You already had that game, man. And then, yeah, force Dinosaur Planet to become Star Fox Adventures. Oh, he is talking about that game that we don't talk about. Yeah, Star Fox Adventure. Yeah, Magic Staff Puzzle Adventure. Yep. Okay. Cool.
I heard it's like kind of like a Zelda-like Star Fox game. I actually have it, but I haven't. I played it a little bit like back in the day as a kid, but
Yeah,
never really played much of it though.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's that game that should have been Dinosaur Planet, but got reskinned Buffalo Bill Ghastly style into Star Fox. That game. Yeah, where they ripped the skin off of fucking. They made a Star Fox coat and put it on Dinosaur Planet because they had no faith in. Well, that's not why actually. Barry Carenza, who is a one of the owners, co-owners of Premium Edition Games, actually told a story on that I find credible. So basically, there was some issue with the rights of Dinosaur Planet, that with Rare leaving Nintendo, they would have lost the rights to that entire game. And so, in order to keep the rights of what had already been worked on, they reworked that as a Star Fox game in order to preserve the work already done on the game. That would have just been a huge net loss because Microsoft had just acquired them. I don't know if it's
That makes sense.
verified, but yeah, it makes sense and that's credible on why they would do that. Still doesn't explain all the other ghastly Buffalo Bill reskinnings that fucking GameCube has, though. Doesn't explain a lot of those.
GameCube had a lot of good games though.
So I am told. So I am told, and so I am gradually finding out because there's not much negative I have to say about Metroid Prime. I gotta say, like, it's pretty good. And I hear the
Yep.
1,000-Year Door is gonna like knock my fucking dick off when I play it.
How
Like,
about Twilight Princess? Have you played that one?
oh god, yeah. Oh no, don't. Oh, flashbacks. Evil
Don't
baby.
like it?
No, goat herding. Evil baby getting fish. Bullshit
And
task for.
once you get past
Uh,
that long intro, it's a pretty good game though.
uh, I would not disagree with that. It's not a bad game. I wish they had done more with Zant. I think they were setting Zant up to be a really cool fucking badass protagonist, and it's Ganon again. It's just Ganon again. It's like the Ganon fight was really cool. It was a really cool series of fights with Ganon at the end. The lead up to that castle, where it starts with the Hyrule Castle eerie music, and as you climb Hyrule Castle, it slowly transforms into Ganon's theme. One of the
Yep.
coolest moments thematically I've ever seen in a Zelda. There's things to appreciate, like with any Zelda game. But I can't do it again. I can't do it again. I can't do that intro again. The evil baby scares me in ways I can't describe. I hate everyone in that goddamn village. I want to burn the village down and leave. I really don't care about Link's shitty adventure pal, super best friends. I really don't care about them, and then their story goes nowhere. Let's see things I like. The Yeti Mansion. The Yeti Mansion is really cool for a dungeon like the Yeti House. Really
Yep.
cool. Um, God, there's those bizarre fucking nightmare-inducing fucking chicken men with the creepy, creepy. Um,
Oh, those Twilight Realm creatures, whatever they are.
no, these are the chickens. These are the man
Oh,
chickens.
I know what you're talking about. Where you like in the dungeons where you find them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about those. Like, it has
Um,
like a face of a man on it.
yeah, but it's like a little chicken creature, and it
Yeah.
has like a humanoid face, and it's a chicken with breasts, and it's
Yeah,
weird.
the graphics of that game definitely haven't aged well, but I really like the dungeons in that game though. The gameplay I thought was good.
I'm not going to disagree with that. I think that the overworld was really empty feeling. I feel like a huge missed opportunity. But the dungeons, there were some really memorable dungeons. Temple of Time was memorable. The Arbiter's Grounds was really memorable. The Yeti Mansion, um, the Hyrule Castle is one of my favorite Hyrule castles.
Yep.
In terms of just the thematically and musically and the final encounter. There's good stuff there. Yeah, I'll say there's good stuff, but oh my god, that intro, and oh my god, some of the worst Enuma NPCs in Zelda history. Belly shirt clown and fucking evil baby and fucking regal unibrow and fucking bamboo baiter with the one big arm and the one little arm from chopping bamboo. It's still just some fucking absolute Enuma weirdo shit in that game. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna say mixed. I'm gonna say mixed. Also, it was a Wii game. If I'm being petty. Um,
Yeah.
and also, yeah, Evil Baby. Yeah, Evil Baby. Which now I'm gonna have Scorpio Caesar sending me Evil Baby pictures on Twitter. What's that fucking thing's name? Mallow, or is it Tallow or Mallow or Zallow, or who gives a fuck?
I can't even remember.
It's terrible and it sucks. The baby, not the game necessarily, but Evil Baby is terrible. Let's see, Mad Belmont. So, talk about Star Fox Zero there, Monster. But Star Fox Adventures is amazing. So I'm told. Let's see. Then he did beat that Wii U one, and then Laugh Out Loud Hey to Each Their Own, and then Rad Bash. I know people don't like it, but man, I love it. That's my childhood. LOL. He says, "Hey man, same here." With respect to Miss Mandy, a Rush Dog says, Wii Music is another bad Miyamoto. Yeah, Miyamoto was bad. Yeah, I feel like we missed a Rush comment here. No, we didn't. Okay, we're good. Let's see. Brooke Barnes says, I finished part 1 of Emio demo and got to get into the second part. What did you think, Brooke? Did you like it? If you can't answer in the comments, I'd like to see your. You should check out Unicorn Overlord. Yes, everybody should check out Unicorn Overlord. Unicorn Overlord is the game of the forever. Unicorn Overlord makes all other physical games obsolete. I infamously said I was going to take all of my other physical games and take them to the Goodwill once that came out. That did not happen. That was a lie. Have you played the Unicorn
Have
Overlord?
you played it yet?
Yes. It's very good.
I haven't yet. It's just another one of those RPGs in my backlog now.
It's very, very good. It did not make me landfill my games. I might have.
Well, I don't think there's any game that could make you do that.
Yeah, I might have overhyped that a little bit. That's the joke, I guess. Is I might have overhyped it a little bit. Let's see. The Monster says, I always think about that E3 drummer guy. Oh god, yeah. E3 drummer guy is up there with Flute guy. They need to get the two of them together. We need E3 Wii Music drummer guy and Flute guy from the Game Awards, and they need to like make a universe destroying album together. Like, have you seen the Flute guy? 90's?
The Flute guy? No, I think.
So, yeah, type in. Do me a favor right now. I want to get your facial instant reaction to this. Go to YouTube and type in Game Awards Flute guy and watch this motherfucker play flute for like 15 seconds. You got to do it.
Well, I'm actually streaming this off of my phone, so I don't know if it'll go off the call.
Okay, yeah, don't fuck the stream up. But when you get a chance later, when you get a chance, you've got to see the flute guy. Flute guy.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Flute guy is OP. Flute guy is the best part of that whole overproduced fucking thing. Flute guy is amazing.
Okay, he was the star of the show, huh?
Absolutely, yeah. Geoff Keighley, move over, go sit the fuck down and eat your Doritos. Like, I need more of Flute guy. That's what I need to see.
I got to see this now.
This guy is pure passion for music, man. Like, this guy literally, like, as he's playing, like, you can, the motions and the expressions on his face. And this guy is going fucking ham in on this flute, man. Like, it is incredible to watch. Like, he is amazing.
Well, I'll have to look that up.
Very few things am I passionate about. I am passionate about Flute guy.
Okay.
So, Rush Dog says Mad World is awesome. I believe that was the first title from Platinum Games. Interesting. Well, it was one of many great titles. Platinum is so underrated, I feel like. Like, in terms of, like, you know, studios that don't get the sales that their acumen deserves, Platinum's got to be up there.
Yeah, I haven't played many of their games, but I really liked Bayonetta 2. That was a really good high action game from them.
They're so good. Yeah, they're. Then yeah, Sin and Punishment Star Successor is a top 5 Wii game for sure. Yeah, I agree. That list that's literally an impossible list to put together because what's there is so good. Like yeah, Star Sin and Punishment is really really up there in terms of shoot 'em ups.
I got to play that one. I'm missing out on that one.
So Mad Belmont agrees with you. He says House of the Dead Overkill slaps me, and a buddy played that all night at his house. It slaps, he says. Belmont says it's incredible. And Belmont,
Yeah, that one is definitely up there.
well, and Belmont, I'll tell you, Belmont is a persuasive fellow. He is slowly but surely convincing me not to fucking hate Konami and Silent Hill 2 remake. Like he's wearing me out. He is. He's slowly but surely wearing my cynicism away. I'm still worried about it, but Belmont is making me slowly believe in this game. I got to tell you. So
he's selling it.
Yeah, his enthusiasm. It's just his enthusiasm for it. Like just looking at that and being like, hey, there are people that are genuinely enthusiastic about this, despite the fact that Konami is a piece of shit. Like,
yep.
Maybe something happens here, you know. So again, it's warming a little ember of hope in my broken black heart. Like it is. Brooke Barnes says, okay, so to the question of what the fuck you're drinking, and I didn't even answer that question. So 90's answered that question because he's not a savage. Let me answer that question now. So I am drinking Midleton's, which is an Irish whiskey. It is the only Irish whiskey. I will take no debate about this. And it is very good. Very good. I'm drinking
Irish
that.
whiskey. Never had that.
Yep. It's good. It's very good. So bourbon will always be my favorite. Bourbon is my go-to. Blanton's in particular. Blanton's is my go-to. I'm out of it now, and I've been out of Blanton's for about 5 months now. And yeah, I think that's I hate that because it's my drink. So if anybody has a line on some Blanton's and they ship to Illinois, let me know. Illinois is really kind of cunts about shipping alcohol, but I will. You'd be doing me a solid if you can find a market price, or even if it's higher than market price. I'll pay up to 150 for a bottle of Blanton's. I'll pay up to 150.
Oh, you're serious about that stuff.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Because I'm not going to pay 300 for a bottle. No, I'll just drink something like Four Roses Single Barrel, or Basil Hayden is a good one. Booker No is a good one. All these are available. But I don't know, for some reason. So you had the Pappies, right? So Pappy Van Winkle's was like the bourbon that was the marquee bourbon. That's what we used to drink back before all the yuppies came into the bourbon hobby and found it and drove the price up to like thousands of dollars now. So we don't drink that anymore. They took that from us. All the rich dummies and the yuppies took Pappy's away. Now I'm still fortunate with Pappy's because Pappy's has several years. They got the 21 year, they've got the 15 year, they got the 12 year. I actually like the 12-year best, which is the cheapest, but it's still thousands of dollars on average. I think the cheapest you can find the Pappy's for now is like $800, secondary market, right? And anytime it shows up at retail, there's a lottery for it. So you have to enter a lottery. You have to pay to enter a lottery with liquor stores in order to have a chance to buy the bottle of Pappy's for like $269.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing it. You're right. It is completely crazy. I'm not doing it. So we went to, so a lot of the bourbon community went to Blanton's after that. Well, unfortunately, a movie called John Wick came out. A fucking stupid movie. I love John Wick. I'm just mad about what they did to my Blanton's. So two things came out. There was a stupid fucking movie called John Wick that came out where he drank Blanton's in all the movies. And then also before that, there was a show. What's the name of the show with Kevin Spacey? Which at the time, now Kevin Spacey's name is Mud, but at the time he was in a Netflix show where he played a senator who drank Blanton's bourbon. It was one of the biggest shows on streaming at the time. And I can't think of the life of me think of the name of the show. But so all the yuppies and the rich dummies found Blanton's now because they were also having a hard time affording Pappies. And now they're doing the same thing they did to Pappies with my Blantons. And damn it, I will never forgive John Wick for that. Great movies, but it took my Blantons away because now Blanton's is the trendy bourbon. And it wasn't before, man. So yeah, anybody who gets a line on a bottle of retail Blanton's that'll ship to Illinois, yeah, I'll pay you a finder's fee for that shit. Anyway, long aside, that's what I'm drinking. I'm drinking Irish whiskey because I can't afford the secondary Blantons. Well, I can, I'm just not going to do it. So I'll just drink Midleton's, which is a perfectly fine whiskey. And then Monster says, House of the Dead Overkill Rules, played it on PS3. And then Matt Belmont's drinking a lemonade, which lemonade is one of my favorite non-alcoholic drinks ever. I love the shit out of some lemonade.
Classic drink.
Classic drink. We also had House of the Dead 2 and 3 compilation disc. Man, okay, so the Wii is like the House of the Dead system. Noted.
Actually, I just picked that up not that long ago. The House of the Dead 2 and 3. Yep.
Nice. Okay. That's good because yeah, I love light gun games. I wish there were more of them made. Like I know Time Crisis had one out recently, but you don't see a lot of them anymore.
Yep. Yeah, you don't.
Monster said Torna price dropped pretty hard. I paid a bit more than I wanted to. More copies is good though. Yeah. And then Matt Belmont
says,
I
did that too with Torna.
You paid a little bit more. What'd you end up paying for it?
I think it was like a few years ago where you just couldn't find them at retail, and I ended up paying like $50 for a freaking European copy.
Yeah. Okay.
But
yeah,
it is what it is. I'm just gonna keep it at this point.
Just glad you have it, right?
Yeah.
And again, once all the secondary production stops, like that's one of the things you look at in your rare games. Those are all going to shoot back up. All the NIS games, all the limited games. Yeah, there's going to be some stupid expensive Switch games.
Well, I do wonder if some of them might get like some re-releases, like on the next Nintendo console, though. That's something that could happen.
Yeah, it might bring the price down a little bit. Some of those, yeah, I think you might be correct. Yeah.
Because I know NIS likes to re-release their games a lot.
Yeah, that could be the case. Definitely, and they do the re-releases. So that's one thing you got to look out for NIS on. So if we get a new system, NIS is not going to miss. They'll jump at that shit in half a minute.
Yep.
So Matt Belmont says, I love that Spyro shirt, by the way, 90s. So I was.
Oh yeah, actually, I just got this today from GameStop. Yep. Yeah. Thanks.
You know what? I'll tell you what. GameStop actually has some pretty bitchin' clothing, honestly. They do have some good shit in there from time to time. I've got my ugly Christmas Mario sweater there. It was just a Super Mario sweater. It is the ugliest fucking thing in the world. It won me the ugly sweater contest.
There you go.
Yeah. It was great. And it's really cool. I still wear it for Christmases.
Yep, actually, the Mario hat that I wear on my YouTube profile picture, that's from GameStop.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that graces our that lovely photo that graces our cover today. Yeah.
Yep.
So Rush Dog says Nintendo owns Next Level Games now, so a new Punch Out shouldn't be a problem. Even an HD port of the Wii game would be great. Yeah,
I would be happy with that.
I would love it. So here's my concern, though. We are in kind of a new era, right? So I do kind of worry that the Punch Out that Nintendo released for the Wii, I don't know if Nintendo would be brave enough to release that again because we got a lot of sensitive folks now. And I just don't know.
I was thinking about that actually.
They should still do it. But I don't know if, what is it that they like to say, the modern audiences would, I don't know if they'd cry about that or not. They shouldn't. It's a great game. Like, if you can get past that sensitivity, it's really good. But I understand.
I would hope Nintendo would go against the grain a little bit and just put it out the same way.
Yeah, me too. And again, I just put it out. They'll cry. They'll go away. That's not a game where I'm gonna be on the side of sensitivity on because it's just one, it's so good, and two, they're not trying to do any harm. Those characters are generally pretty cool, actually, all of them.
Yeah, they are.
Despite the stereotypes, the characters tend to be really neat.
Yep.
Bald Bull is
Actually, that's funny. I was just thinking about that when I was playing it the other day. I was just thinking that like people would probably be offended by these characters now.
Oh, they would. Well, yeah. I mean, they would. And some things, and again, I'm not entirely against that type of thing. There are a lot of things that are worth getting upset about in gaming. There are. I don't think Punch Out is one. I just don't. And
I
maybe
don't
that's my
think so
Nintendo
either.
bias, but I just don't feel. And if anybody thinks otherwise, I'm happy to have that discussion. But I think that Punch Out is fine. I think it's fine.
Yep.
Uh, Like if Punch Out is to be believed, all Americans are like super arrogant, muscle bound guys that make their tits flip around. Like it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Macho Man is great. Macho Man is fucking great. He's not indicative of all Americans. Just like Bald Bull is not indicative of all Turkish people. Although Bald Bull is fucking cool. Bald Bull is one of my favorite characters in that series.
Yep.
Monster says exactly. It's been so long. That Punch Out Wii game was so damn good. And not only that, but not only did they bring back favorite characters from across the series, but then you had like the round two where each of the fighters like trains in order to either get better at fighting or to like block their bad weakness. And the fights are entirely different in the championship title defenses. So like you fight
Yep.
that like you
Actually,
fight
I think that's where I'm at right now.
they're hard too, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, try fighting like the big guy that you hit in the stomach, and try fighting him now that he's got a shield on his stomach. Like, just try
If I
it.
remember, isn't there like a Donkey Kong fight in there too?
At the very, very end of everything. Yeah. So
Okay.
that's after you beat Super Macho Man and not Mr. Dream, but what's the name of the oh gosh, the Mike Tyson alike. Can't think of his name though. Mr. Sandman.
No, I can't even.
So it's Super
Yep.
Macho Man and Mr. Sandman. And once you beat both of them, you unlock the Donkey Kong fight, which is the hardest fight in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. I love Punch Out for the Wii. Hey, you got Crimson Russo in the house. What's going on, Crimson? What the fuck you drinking tonight, man? Glad you're
What
in.
up?
Rush Dog says, how many Switches do you own, Zoo? If Switch 2 is backwards compatible, you can think of it as just buying another Switch. That is a very persuasive argument, actually, Rush. I have
That's true.
at least 3 Switches already. So I have my OG Switch, and I have another OG Switch, and then I've got my OLED. I never bought a Switch Lite. Although Switch Lite, I don't hate on Switch Lite. I definitely think it has utility. But yeah, it's a good argument actually. That's a really good argument. Just be like, hey, it's part of the Switch family.
Yep.
Like what's the difference between buying it and another Switch? Well, what I'll tell you, Rush, is if the price rumors are to be believed, and we shouldn't believe anything the rumor mill says. The rumor mill has told us the Switch is coming out for the last 5 fucking years. But if the rumors are to be believed, the price might be the reason for that. My understanding is the system could be $500 US. I hope not. I really hope
I heard under that is what I saw, that they said it would be under 500.
it better be significantly under 500. Better be
I could
significant.
see them doing like 400.
Yeah, because what is Switch OLED? It's like 359, 350.
Yep.
Okay, $50 for what I'm hearing is going to be offered. I'd pay 400 for it. I would. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
if
think that'd be
I don't know
reasonable.
if your average normie is going to though, but I would. I'd pay 400.
I will.
Yeah, I would. 400's fair for what
Yep.
is rumored to be packed in there. 400's fair, especially if it's backwards compatible. If it's not backwards compatible, no, it's a totally different discussion. But why would you not make the Switch backwards compatible?
Yeah, I can't see them not making it backwards compatible. I feel like it's going to be like a DS to 3DS kind of thing, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah. The only argument I could see for it is it locks them to the Switch cartridge, and the Switch cartridge doesn't have enough storage for the other games. But who the fuck is to say that they can't make a cheap 60 to 100 gigabyte cartridge with the Switch 2? You know, that's kind of my thinking, my counter to that, to my own argument.
Yep.
So, yeah, who knows? We'll see. Like, we're gonna find out. They're saying April or May of 2025 now is what a lot of people are saying.
Well, I know they say they want the same Nintendo account and everything to go over to the new console, so
Oh,
hopefully
account.
that's a good sign that
Yeah,
it'll.
that is a good sign. Account system is it's essential. It's essential. 90s.
Yep.
They got to have it. The account system is literally now. That is what. That is literally what turned me heel on digital games. It was Nintendo. It was buying
Yeah.
all of these. It was buying all these virtual console games and not having any account system to take them to the next system. Worthless. That whole thing was fucking worthless. So many goddamn games locked on my Wii. Worthless.
Yep.
Absolutely worthless, Nintendo. So yeah, the account system is a good sign. They absolutely have to have that. And Crimson says, "Goddamn Paper Mario will." I bet my credit on that. I don't think you're going to be wrong. I think that's going to be another fucking GameCube game. I have to say is greatness. Like it seems like it. So I don't think you're wrong, Crimson. Like I'm eventually going to have to get over my GameCube bigotry and just declare that I was wrong on the GameCube. I'm coming to terms with the fact that that's going to have to happen at some point. Like give it time.
Here, we'll all be waiting for your public announcement.
Yeah, yeah. But hey, it's okay to be wrong. I stand by that. I'm back. Ooh, I missed Sue's question about my favorite mana game. Yeah, so and it says, and my answer definitely is Seiken Dentetsu 3, Trials of Mana OG. Yep, exactly. Yep. That's what I said. What is your favorite mana game and why is it Seiken Dentetsu 3? Which is literally it's literally a top-down beat 'em up. That game is fucking incredible. It's a top-down beat 'em up with some RPG candy. It's awesome. I love that game. Oh, and it also did the Dragon Age Origins. So Dragon Age Origins likes to brag about they're one of the first games to do that. No, you're not. One, Ultima did it first. Ultima does everything first. Gamers need to fucking they need to they Ultima is the Roman Reigns of the games industry. It needs to be acknowledged. It absolutely it doesn't demand to be acknowledged, but it should. It did everything first, literally. But the close second would be Seiken Dentetsu 3. Did the multiple pass and shit like that. Did all that first. If you don't count Ultima, which some people don't because Ultima literally did everything first. So the monster, for whatever it's worth, that Paper Mario remake is excellent. I reviewed it. Oh, coolness. Hey, Monster, if you could post your YouTube channel down in the chat for everybody, I want to check that out for sure. Always loving to see YouTube channels to get them on my radar. Absolutely love promoting the shit out of that stuff.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good stuff about the Thousand Year Door remake, though. Actually, my cousin is playing that right now. I think he got like 45 hours in it because I'll go and look at my friend's Switch logs, and he told me he really likes it.
Well, yeah, even OJ was saying too. He's like, yeah, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is the goat. You're gonna love it. And this is the
Yeah, I
same guy.
haven't really heard anybody say anything bad about it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. And OJ's the same one who also recommended Mass Effect to me. So
Okay.
I'm gonna take that guy's recommendation strong after Mass Effect.
Yeah, I actually agree with a lot of his opinions. He's a really good YouTuber. He did a RPG list recently, and he had I think it was Fire Emblem Three Houses at number 1, and Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance at number 2. And I was like, that
That's
makes
fair.
that list like
Nope, that's fair.
goated right there.
That's
Yep.
absolutely fair, man. Shin Megami Tensei 5 is completely underrated. If it wasn't for the fact that
Yeah.
Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, which by the way, how's that for a fucking mind-blowing thing? Like that, honest to God, is up there with like the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind getting a release on the Switch. It's just that game that you want. I said a long time ago, I'm like, Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, a game that literally kind of changed my life, Loki. Not gonna kid you.
Yep.
Like people say that game has no story. Fuck off. Like that game, oh my gosh. And again, not going to spoil anything for anybody that wasn't here, but there's a realization you make in Nocturne. And I don't feel like 5 story is as good, although that's what OJ's saying. Vengeance corrects a lot of that, apparently.
Yeah, Vengeance does make the story a lot better. I'm almost done with that one right now.
But the actual RPG combat, there's nothing better.
Then what, 3 or 5?
5.
Oh yeah, I agree with you.
There is no
Yeah,
RPG system on the planet that comes
no, I
close.
haven't played anything that comes close.
Yeah, and by the way, that's mighty because 3 had a really press turn. Fucking press turn, man.
Actually, I was arguing with myself when Vengeance came out. I was like,
Uh-huh.
do I really want to buy this again? I already beat 5. I put like 120 hours into it. Then
Yeah.
launch day came around, and I'm like, no,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go pick up the Steelbook right now.
It's
That combat is just too freaking good in that game.
in the music.
Oh yeah, actually you got to play Vengeance. The music is even better in Vengeance.
That's hard to believe. Oh my god.
I'm telling you, it's even better. They got even more better boss battle
Whoa.
themes, main area themes. You got to play Vengeance.
Okay, you move that way up. You move that way up.
It
There.
should be. Honestly, I agree with what I was saying. I agree with OJ's list. I would still put Fire Emblem Three Houses at number 1, but I would put Vengeance right after it.
Yeah, Fire Emblem Three Houses. How are you gonna fight that? It's 3 games. It's 3 fucking games.
Yeah, well, if you count the DLC
It's
and
4.
the other route,
It's
it's
4.
no. Technically, I think there's 5 different routes though.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Wow. And when
because
I say
on the Black Eagles route, there's 2. There's like a split where you can go on to
right,
2 different
right.
sides.
That's true.
Yep.
Honestly, like I still don't know how they pulled that off. I still don't know how they pulled that off. But guys, when I say 3 different games, like 90's can vouch, I'm not exaggerating that much. There's a lot of the early game that's similar in all 3 paths,
Yep.
but the whole second half of all 3 games is entirely different.
Actually, that's a game I still need to go back and play. I just haven't beat every route because I'm just trying to play other games in my collection, but
Sure.
I still need to do the which one is it? The Blue Lions. I still need to do that one.
Yeah, Blue Lions Path. That's the one. That's the one that Jay from Cold Nights is telling me to do. Because
Okay.
I was a Black Eagles boy, and
Yep.
yeah, we argue about that all the time because he's like, no, Edelgard is fucking evil, bro. And I'm not saying she's not, by the way. I'm not saying
Well, I think she's justified. She had her trauma, her stuff that she went through, and she's trying to cope with it and trying to stop other people from going through what she went through. And maybe it did turn her into a villain, but at the same time, I feel like it's kind of like a gray area where you can look at it from different perspectives.
yeah, for sure, 100%. The thing about it is I'm a sucker, and I didn't even know that. I picked Black Eagle because, like, yeah, okay, this seems cool. I didn't even know what her story was going to be. I guess I'm just a sucker for a revolutionary at heart.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah, it's just like, hey, this isn't working. And by the way, she's not fucking wrong. That whole thing isn't working. Now, the way
yep.
she went about it sucks. It absolutely sucked, but it
It
wasn't
did,
working.
but I mean, I don't know if there was really any other way she could have went about it, though.
No, not in the system they were in. Yeah, that's the thing. You're
Yeah.
kind of confined, and that's a good point. You are in any situation, the tools you can utilize are based on your environment around you and
Yep.
what's available to you. Then we got the weird chicken men and Twilight Princess were inspired by an MC Escher painting. So there's Rush Dog make as usual making something that I would typically think just is weird creativity brain fart nonsense from Anuma, and he makes it interesting. I will have to check that out. I want to see this painting
Yeah,
now.
that's an interesting
That's
fact.
cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. And by the way, that goes with my rule of cool. People who design and develop games should be having interesting, unique experiences. They should be traveling the world. They should be reading interesting books. They should be watching interesting media. They should be going on adventures. People who make creative content need to be interesting people. It's programming
That's
101.
true.
Garbage in, garbage out. If you have garbage experiences, you'll produce garbage art.
That makes me think of Miyazaki, you know, when you hear about him making his films, he would go to like different parts of the world just to
Uh-huh.
work on that film there.
Miyazaki absolutely strikes that boat.
Yep.
Also, Miyazaki is such a fucking Chad. I'll never forget. There's an interview, and they're like, "Hey, how do you feel about this other anime? The way it's performing in theaters? Can you tell us? Does that change how you produce your movies?" And like, keep in mind that Miyazaki is going around his neighborhood picking up trash. He's like going and getting the
Yeah.
trash, and it's this great interview. He's like, "I don't pay attention to such things. We're currently what do you say? I don't pay attention. You know what? I'm not going to misquote the guy. Miyazaki picking up trash interview, and that will pull it up because it's fucking legendary.
I think I remember reading a little bit about that.
Yeah,
That was like a couple years back, right?
It's fun. Yeah, Spirited Away. Okay, so the animated movie based on Demon Slayer was in the box office. Okay, so question: box office sales from Demon Slayer are approaching that of Spirited Away. What's your view on that? Miyazaki, well, I don't think it has anything to do with me. It's better if people don't concern themselves with things like box office records and concentrate on making their workplaces harmonious instead. It's fine as long as you work hard on what you're making. Question: have you watched Demon Slayer? No, I haven't. I rarely watch other things. I don't watch TV. I don't watch movies. I'm a retired old man picking up trash. Question: some folks will be upset if Spirited Away doesn't retain its historic #1 spot. Miyazaki, that sort of thing isn't worth worrying about. There's always inflation in the world. Right now, I have to pick up trash. Question: so
Hey, you gotta love it.
you're currently working on How Do You Live? The production was announced in 2017. Is all going well? I'm doing it. I'm doing it while I'm retired. You should direct any questions about that to Toho because I don't know anything about it. I really have to go around and get back to picking up trash. Yeah, I really need to keep picking up trash. So see you later. Fucking love that guy.
Yeah, he's just doing his own thing. He doesn't care.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to that thing. I really need to pick up trash. So if you can leave me alone. Um, so Mad Kaiser says the combat in is more smooth than Secret and Final Fantasy Adventure. Job class system is nice and like the day and night, and the world map having the names of the locations and what your current objective is. Yeah, good quality of life stuff for sure, and really expanded that. And he says, and inspired by, I mean, directly lifted from. Damn. Okay, so the weird chicken men come from MC Escher. That explains why they're so weird. Like, yeah. And the details of the visuals for Trials, especially for a Super Nintendo game from 1995, looks great. Yeah, Kaiser, I'm thinking immediately of the pumpkin boss, like the pumpkin head boss, and I'm thinking of the ghost ship boss in terms of some of the amazing graphics in that game. 100% cool stuff. Kaiser says music is catchy and I enjoyed the characters and motivations a lot. And the monster says, I just looked up those chicken men, nightmare fuel, forgot all about them. Yeah, monster, I don't blame you, man. They're scary. They're real scary. Kaiser says, though the remake itself so far, it's Trials, but even better. Oh, so the remake. So, Kaiser, are you talking about the remake on the new systems of Trials of Mana is better than Seiken Densetsu 3 on the Super Nintendo? Oh, man. Okay. And now we're getting to the we must give fealty to the flute guy section of our comments. So,
Okay.
Monster says flute guy is too powerful. The Mad Belmont says, Lamau, I'll never forget flute guy. Kaiser says flute guy is the GOAT. So, yeah, you got 4 people like yelling at you, 90s, to go watch flute guy. You have to do it.
Well, was that the flute guy? He wasn't playing like I remember seeing some. I might have seen it. Was he playing like Xenoblade, like a Xenoblade song or something?
Yes, he's playing all the music.
Yeah. That was a while back. I kind of forgot about it, but now I think I remember that now.
The guy with the hair and like the absolute Chad with the hair, with the mane of hair, and like playing the flute, like like it's like he is putting his entire life essence, what remains, and this is the final performance of his life as he transfers his soul essence into the power of his flute. That fucking guy, like, yeah, he is. I need to get him on the show. Now that you want to talk
Yeah,
about a
I'll have to
stretch
get a refresher on that. I'm going to have to go pull that up and see
flute
that
guy.
again.
If you're one of the if you're one of the 7 people watching, flute guy, you have to come on the show. There it is, long shot. I know.
Maybe you can look him up if he has a YouTube channel or something. Just tag him or find him on Twitter or something.
Oh yeah, shoot my shot. I did with Richard Garriott. Nothing came of it, but I shot my shot.
Hey, at least you tried. Yeah.
So and again, I totally understand it. I totally get it. Like, these are probably incredibly busy people. So
Yep.
no harm, no foul. But flute guy, open invitation anytime you want to talk about, like, I need to talk to a musician because I am not a musician, and I feel like I've cheated myself in some ways because musicians literally hear the world differently. Like, imagine walking through a block and you hear the bird song and you hear the rattling of vehicle carburetors, and like, you just hear the world differently. I feel like it's like you want like a whole nother layer to reality.
That's true.
Platinum is the 3D action games what Treasure is to 2D action games. That might be statement of the night, Rush Dog. That's that's really good. Mad Kaiser says, yeah, I too loved Bayonetta 2, Metal Gear Rising. God, can we get Metal Gear Rising on the Switch? There's another, like, amazing port I would love to have. We need Metal Gear Rising. Yeah, absolutely. Fucking that fight with Armstrong at the end of that fucking game. Holy shit, there's so much. I could probably do a YouTube video essay just on Armstrong. Like, that guy is fucking too much, man. That guy in
Metal Gear Rising is that on the PS3?
Yeah.
I think I saw that one not long ago. I probably should have picked it up.
Could have gone pro if I hadn't joined the Navy. played college ball, you know. Oh God, it's so good. It's so I'm gonna have to go. I'll have to go see if there's any Let's Plays of people playing that game. I always love watching people's reaction to that fucking last boss fight in Metal Gear Rising. It is so fucking bonkers, man. It's so bonkers. I love watching people's reaction to that. Like, people are just like, what the fuck is this? It's so good. Are you familiar with that game, and do you care about minor spoilers?
No, I don't care. I've seen like little clips of it here and there on YouTube, but other than that.
So you fight a giant Metal Gear robot, as is tradition in the series. And then, like, literally this guy you've not met the entire game, he is a senator. And his life bar literally just says senator. It doesn't even say Senator Armstrong. It's like he has a life bar and it says senator. And it's just this dorky glasses wearing senator who literally, like, hulks up and, like, grows like 900 pounds of muscle.
Oh,
and
wow.
So you are fighting like what is a roid raging senator. And it is the funniest shit in the world. It's so great.
So he just goes from like normal to like muscles.
He hulks out and, like, his muscles bust his clothes. And you're fighting. It's like, oh, okay, so I'm fighting a senator now. Okay. Literally, it's like out of nowhere.
Yep.
And yet it's still one of the most amazing video game moments of all time.
Is that the scene where like he's talking something about like like American civilization or something?
Yes, that whole thing. Yes, it's nano machine, son. Like, fucking. Oh yeah, no, it's incredible.
How long is that game?
It's an action game. I'd say 15, 20 hours tops.
Oh, that's not too bad. I might have to play that one.
Yeah, it's good. Like and it's not the only thing. You've got Sundowners, you've got Jetstream Sam. There are so many absolutely epic characters. And here's what's amazing about Metal Gear Rising: that game was fucking panned at the time. Like everybody fucking hated that game because it wasn't a traditional Metal Gear Solid game. So
Yep.
everybody hated on that fucking game, but it's like a cult classic now. Yeah, man, Kaiser, I need Metal Gear Rising. But in Transformers Devastation, I'll have to take a look into that. I've not heard of that one. So you also put a new game on my radar. So Mad Belmont says I'm going to make another good point when I talk about the story trailer. Okay, yeah, man, keep it coming, man. Keep that hope alive. Somehow you have sparked hope for Silent Hill 2 remake in me. Mad Kaiser says I can give Konami shade still for being radio silent about Suikoden rematch. Yeah, fuck them for that. Yeah, I really want Suikoden remasters to come out. I don't even know if we're getting it at this point. No excuse for the radio silence on that one.
Yeah, I was hearing a lot about that, and then it just got quiet. That's true.
So Rush Dog says the latest Silent Hill 2 remake trailer was great. I'm gonna have to watch it. Yeah, I literally looked at that game. I'm mad. They literally put Mary on the fucking box cover, and I'm still mad about that. Like y'all fucking know there's people like, hey, Bloober Team and Konami, y'all know there's people that have never played Silent Hill 2 before, right? You know that, right?
I never played it actually.
So yeah, but that said, I'm so glad I played original Silent Hill 2 slightly before all the trailers started. So now I'm not being spoiled by anything. But I will tell you that if you've never played Silent Hill 2, I would just avoid everything that's coming out about Silent Hill 2 and just give the remake a try, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of modern game trailers do spoil things. Like you might not realize it until you play the game. Then, like if you play the game and go back and look at the trailer, you're like, oh, I can see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I will say, and again, it's not a super spoiler, and it doesn't spoil anything directly. But having Mary
Yeah.
right on the Silent Hill 2 box, that's James' dead wife, by the way. That's not a spoiler at all. You get that in the first. But having her that prominently on the cover tells you more than I would want to know going into Silent Hill 2. I'll put it that
Yep.
way. They should not be featuring her prominently at all. That needs to come across a different way than it's coming across. I guess that'll be my criticism on that. Anymore. Have you played Silent Hill 2?
Me?
Yeah.
No. Haven't played it.
Shutting the fuck up right now. Anyway.
Okay.
I'm shutting the fuck up on it right now. And then Belmont says that story trailer hit me right in the fucking feels. But here's my question, Belmont. Did it hit you in the feels because of things you already know because you played Silent Hill 2? Because that's my concern for new people on the trailer. I hope not. I hope not, because a trailer shouldn't hit people in the fucking feels. It's a trailer.
Well, maybe they're trying to go, for the nostalgic audience, the people who played the original.
Maybe, but I feel like I really, really feel like people need to go in as blind as possible to Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
I wish I could have done that. I went into Silent Hill 2 knowing a few key details. Now, I didn't have anything spoiled. The big thing wasn't spoiled for me. None of the big stuff was. But I went in knowing the general gist of the storyline and what you were there to do, and I wish I didn't even know that. That's a game where the less you know, the more effective and impactful that's going to be.
Yeah, it's just easy to get spoiled on games these days, period. I know I got spoiled like with some of the stuff that I didn't even see in Three Houses yet. I already got spoiled on it because once you watch a review or something, then the algorithm will keep recommending stuff, or you'll see it in a comment or something.
You got to go radio silent, man. I know it's hard. It's
Yeah.
hard, especially because you're in the space. But yeah, you gotta just go radio silent.
Yep.
Sometimes it's just the best thing to do. It's hard. It's really hard because it's relevant stuff.
Yeah.
You're a YouTuber, right? You're a fucking YouTuber. So
Yep.
But yeah, that's what I tend to do. See, I'm not. I am a fucking YouTuber, but I'm barely a YouTuber. So I have an excuse that like, hey, I don't have to be relevant on shit. I just go radio silent and just leave you motherfuckers for fucking 2 months, and then come back and be like, oh, here we go, okay. So that's one of the good things about not really being a YouTuber.
Yeah.
So
Well, I feel like I'm kind of that way too, because I don't like
right,
try to keep up with the newest releases or anything. I just play whatever,
sure,
whatever I feel like.
right. Looking forward to that Belmont. Looking forward to that Belmont because that story trailer was a huge surprise to peeps. And Belmont says, "Yeah, one thing I hate about August being my birth month is it's hotter than fucking Hades this time of year." Oh, I know. Oh,
Yeah, it's been hell.
yeah, it's just muggy. It's just muggy and nasty out lately.
Yeah.
Rush Dog says the show you were thinking of was House of Cards. That's it. Yep, it's House of Cards. That was the show. Yeah, it's the first. That's the first thing I remember distinctly seeing Blanton's drink in. And I remember thinking, oh shit, like nope. Hopefully the yuppies missed that one. Um, leave my bourbon alone, please. Keep drinking your pappies. Belmont says, "What's up, Rush?" He says, "I'd pay 400 for a Switch 2 for sure." Yeah. I think 400. Given that the OLED was 350, and given the rumors about the Switch 2, I don't know. It's hard to believe it'll be 400 if the rumors are true, but if they are, 400's a fucking highway robbery, honestly.
Nintendo always does try to keep their consoles affordable, though. They always have, anyway.
Well, but I feel like what that means is I feel like if it's going to be 400, I feel like we're not going to be getting the what the rumors are saying, right? I feel like that's going to be hard to do at 400 in a portable format. But again, Nintendo are wizards, so who knows?
I don't know. Technology is cheaper than it used to be, though.
That's true, and they're always a couple. They're always a couple chipsets behind, 2 or 3 sometimes. And
Yep.
you
So
don't
it's
have
not
to.
like they're gonna.
Yeah, it's not like they're
Yeah, it's
putting an
not like they're
AMD
gonna be at the
Radeon
same.
4. Yeah,
Yeah, it's not like they're gonna be the exact same power as the PS5 and Series X. If they just have something comparable, I mean that's all they need.
right. Again, you just need to be able to run minimum specs on the modern games. That's kind of what they're probably looking to do.
Yeah.
Maybe future
But I
proof in a
feel like
couple
they
years.
probably will do they always do the revisions. They'll probably have the first one and then another one, then
Yeah,
another, just like they did with the Switch.
for sure. The other concern I have, although I think OJ was making a point about DLSS or whatever, is the fact that battery tech, like one of the things that we haven't had any development on, it's been just a wall, is battery technology. So battery energy storage and battery tech. And one of my concerns that I brought up with any Switch 2 is, hey, unless we beat the battery bottleneck, there are serious limits to what a Switch 2 can do. And if you don't believe me,
Yep.
just ask the Steam Deck and its 2-hour battery life for some of these games, right? But
Yeah.
I guess OJ says that there's DLSS is basically like wizardry, like literally, it just works. And what it does is it allows you to get more out of that battery life. Basically, it's the same specs, but they just are able to put the game into overdrive essentially. So it'll be interesting to see
Okay.
what we finally get out of the Switch. So, Bill Moss
Yeah, I'm
says,
kind of hoping that it does launch with the OLED model too, because I feel like the OLED helps out. I don't know if you've noticed the difference, but I know I had the V2 Switch, then the OLED, and I feel like the OLED battery does last a little
it
better.
does, it does. Yep. Yeah, I get about on average I get another hour to an hour and a half out of Breath of the Wild. I've done that test
Yep.
because Breath of the Wild's a hog on battery.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I get about another hour and a half. Also, the YouTube app on Switch is a hog, and I get a lot more. I get at least an hour, 2 hours on that. So Matt Belmont says, especially when Eternal Darkness exists, and it's the fucking best GameCube game in my opinion. Yeah, Jay played Eternal Darkness on stream. Cold Knights did, and it looked really cool. It looked really good. Matt Belmont says, God, I love Eternal Darkness so much. Then Rush Dog says, "Hey Belmont, how are you?" He says, "Doing good, just chipping away at more games to add to the games beaten log." Yeah, you're doing good work on that. I wish I had your dedication on that shit. I'm too fucking lazy. Like, I get home, I get a good drink in my hand, and fuck, I don't know what I do day to day sometimes. Did the review a bit after it came out, so Monster did that review. He says, "Still need to get Eternal Darkness. Love the GameCube." And Belmont says, "I need to play more Fire Emblem games. I played Path of Radiance on the GameCube. Was the only one he's played."
Belmont, you got to play Three Houses. If you got the Switch, you got to play Three Houses,
Yeah,
man.
Three Houses is fantastic. Literally like Genealogy of the Holy War level game. Really good. And that's saying something because I adored that when I played that on reproduction cartridge. Mad Kaiser said, "Yeah, me too. I only played Engage and Three Houses and those two Warriors games." The Monster says, "Based Miyazaki." Yeah, I really need to get back to picking up trash. I fucking love. He just dismisses that reporter. Hey, I'm picking up trash. Potentially, yeah, I feel that. And then Kaiser said, "Yep." Rush Dog said the latest Silent Hill 2 remake trailer was also spoilerific, so you might not like it, Zoo. And then, yeah, Belmont says, "Yeah, it suffers from modern horror trailer syndrome. Doesn't reveal the big stuff, thank the fucking Lord," Belmont says, "but they do spoil a lot of stuff in that trailer. And if you have not played Silent Hill 2, do not watch any of the trailers." Yeah. Yeah. And fuck you, Konami, for doing that, by the way. Again, I'm always going to find a reason to hate Konami. It's always going to happen. And that will never stop.
Well, a lot of it's justified, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah. 100%. Rush Dog says Nintendo keeps their consoles affordable, but they also like to make profit on the hardware. Very true. It's not exactly true that there's no battery tech improvements, but improvements are very slow compared to computing power improvements. Yeah, that arms race just always seems to be on. And great point. And Rush, I will cede to Rush Dog on any of this because Rush Dog is he is an engineer in the energy industry. That's what he does. So he says,
That's
"Always
pretty cool.
important to remember that batteries are chemical technology." Yep. Hey, I've been hearing people like put bugs up my ass about graphene for battery tech, Rush. Um, is that grifty or is that something we could actually see some gains on? I need some advice on this. I've been meaning to ask you, and I'm glad we talking batteries because I keep hearing that graphene has the potential to literally unlock and unbottle cap battery tech. Now, the problem I have with that is anytime I hear that a solution that we've been working on for literally 100+ years, and suddenly, oh, here comes the answer to that fucking bottleneck that has plagued humanity for 100+ years, I'm always kind of like, sounds grifty to me. But I would like to know your opinion on the graphene, I think it's called. Is the graphene potentially something that could yield some serious movement in that area, or is it just more cope like like we were talking about the carbon emissions, like CO2 suckers? Like you got the carbon suckers that could suck the carbon out of the air. And Rush Dog's like, the power generation around doing that's kind of iffy. We can do it in theory, but it would take an enormous amount of power generated to do it, basically. So I kind of want to hear that. So Belmont's graphene batteries have potential. Awesome. That's really cool. That's really cool. So who knows? The Switch 3 could be using graphene batteries, and that bad comparison apparently says way more than carbon capture. Yeah, graphene batteries are definitely something he says have potential. Belmont says, "Speaking of that game's beaten log, just added Mega Man 7 to it today." What was your opinion on Mega Man 7? Um, that's the Super Nintendo, right? I think I remember playing that. I think I played that on Super Nintendo. Yeah. I remember it being okay, but I remember also comparing it very unfairly and unfavorably to Mega Man X at the time. And if you're Mega Man, if you're going against Mega Man X, you lose. You just lose. So I would like your opinion on it 20 plus years removed from Mega Man X. Like just playing it as its own thing. I think that'd be interesting, Delmo. All right. Other than that, okay, so wow, we're caught up with chat. So your chat brought the thunder tonight, by the way. Uh,
All right. Well, maybe they're here for you.
they're never here for me. I always like to be self-depreciating in those regards. Although maybe. But yeah, chat brought the fire tonight. So other than that, I think we've touched on everything. So I always like to give the guest the opportunity to ask me, is there anything else you want to hear about from me before we check guest comments one last time?
Well, I asked you your top 5 Wii games. Do you have a top 5 Switch off the head?
That is infinitely harder, actually.
Yeah, I bet.
So I will try, though. Give me a second here. I will try.
I can give you mine while you wait. I could just try to think of 5 anyway.
Yeah, I'd be happy to hear it.
All right, so I definitely got to have Fire Emblem 3 Houses.
I would agree with that.
Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance.
Possibly.
You might not agree with the next, but for me, I got to have Mario Wonder. I really liked it after not having, after Mario U, I think Wonder was a big step in the right direction.
There's things. Oh yeah, we got to talk about things I liked about Wonder. Yeah, so there we go. So yeah, Mario Wonder did a lot right. It did a lot right. Some of the Wonder effects were fucking extremely cool. The world building. So I've been harping for a long time on the fact that we're tired of Fire World, Frost World, Desert World, Ice World. We're tired of that shit. We need some genuine, take us to genuine places in the Mushroom World that we haven't seen yet. So, for example, we went to Yoshi's Island with Mario World. Okay. We went to Peach's Castle and we kind of explored that in depth in Mario 64. We explored Isle Delfino in the Window Washer Mario game. Even that expanded the Mushroom World. The last time we got a genuine expansion on the Mushroom World before Odyssey, I feel like was because after that, like Galaxy is a bunch of obstacle courses in space. The Galaxy games are. That doesn't do it. It just doesn't do it. The 3D world and 3D land, same thing. Just Bowser's Ninja Warrior courses. Wonder gave us the Flower Kingdom. And the Flower Kingdom is unique and it's cool. It's got an interesting music theme kind of to it that kind of permeates the game. The final Bowser boss was really engaging. I liked it. It loses a point for having Bowser Jr. Anything Bowser Jr. is in loses points. I'm trying to think. I liked how dangerous Bowser felt. Bowser felt like a force on the attack again for once, instead of just being a stupid, which was great. Bowser was aggressive and he was proactive in his evil in the game. I think that's important for a Mario game. Bowser shouldn't just be a fucking clown. Bowser should be doing things that change the world around him and should be making Mario react to what he's doing. That happens in Wonder. Yeah, there's a lot to appreciate about Wonder. And I think Wonder will grow on me over time. I don't hate Wonder, but I think I understand why it didn't. I think I understand why the sales aren't there. And the reason why
do you think that is?
Because what it ended up doing is it shoved 3D Mario aspects into 2D Mario. So every level has a gimmick. It's not tight platforming based. There's some levels where it's not even platform based hardly. It basically did the 3D Mario thing into 2D Mario, and I feel like 2D Mario fans want a specific thing. They want that tight, quick, arcade action platforming. Starting with World, the game started to get too goddamn long. I'll never forget, like Miyamoto always says about Mario 3, he's like, he plays the game and he's like, my response is always, that's it? Yeah, that's it. It's quick, it's concise, it's hard. If you look at the way a bullet bill fires in Mario Wonder and also new Super games, and then look at how fast a bullet bill fires in the old games in Mario World, you never have a chance of being killed by a bullet bill. You never have a chance of that, ever.
That's true. You're right.
And that brings me to the fact that the game is just too goddamn easy until you get to the special stages. It's
I
too
agree with you, but I just
too
think we're
goddamn
in a different era. I think we're in a different era
I
now where like
know.
that's
I know.
kind of what they have to do for Mario. Like little kids
Yeah.
these days aren't going to play the games that we played as kids, you know?
I remember back with Mario Brothers 3 when the last level was literally in hell.
Yep.
Literally, and you had to fight those fucking ship and those tank missions and those airship. Holy shit! And then you get into the
Yeah, those
actual world.
airships were brutal.
Fuck. And then the darkness, the levels that were dark, that were pitch black, except like a lot. Man, that those were good. And then you had the pitch black level with the sun trying to kill you, and the only things
Yep.
illuminated was Mario and the sun when it attacked you.
I forgot what those guys' names were too. The guys who would like stomp down and they would like make the whole ground hit you and everything. They were pretty tough to get.
Sumo bros.
Yeah, we don't have enemies like that anymore. But I feel like, you know, with the special stages, they still cater to the veteran players. But I mean, they're not. I don't think they would ever make 2D Mario that difficult again. That's done. You know, it's just a different era. So I really can't fault them for that. I think if anything,
Yeah.
I think we got Donkey Kong Country for that now. They kept the the old school difficulty with the Donkey Kong Country games.
Donkey
But
Kong Country, yeah,
did
Donkey Kong
you?
Country is good. Yeah, there's another one.
Yeah,
Donkey Kong Country Returns is Tropical Freeze is incredible. There's one like honestly, and I know that's a Wii U game, but I didn't have a Wii U, so
same here.
I would put Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze in my top 5.
Okay,
Platformer,
that's
it's
a
the
great one.
best platformer on the system. I'm gonna have to throw some indie games out there. So okay, let me revamp this because we're talking all games. Fire Emblem Three Houses. So
Yep.
I don't know. I actually don't know if that makes it because I got another one in mind.
Okay.
Fire Emblem Three Houses, Hollow Knight, Celeste, Breath of the Wild,
Okay. Breath of the Wild.
Xenoblade Chronicles 2 for right now. I'm gonna have to go with Xeno 2. Really
Yeah,
risky.
those are all great games.
Uh-huh.
So I want to ask you about Mario Wonder. Did you play that game multiplayer, like local multiplayer or online at all?
Yeah, I got that's a really cool experience. I'm glad you asked that. I
Yeah.
actually got to play that game. So anybody who knows my Mario story knows that that's how I started gaming. Is with my dad. And
Yep.
so, unfortunately, Wonder doesn't have the same style of multiplayer, which is you go, you die until you die, then the next player goes, and back and forth. I still wish they would add that in, just so I could have that experience with other people. But it's okay that it
Yeah.
doesn't. So we got to play the simultaneous multiplayer locally, and we got to play. It was me, my dad, and my little nephew, all playing a 2D Mario game at the same time.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is a memory. Now that is a strong case for the kind of magic that Wonder did bring, for sure.
Yeah. See, I feel like that's what really brings it up a notch in my book is
Yeah,
that I know
it's
this
persuasive. Yep.
I know the new Super Mario Brothers games had the multiplayer, but I feel like Wonder just did it way better in my opinion.
The local multiplayer,
Yeah.
that's actually a pretty persuasive case because that is the appeal of Mario right there. Is that intergenerational love that people come together for this character, and it definitely brought us that for sure. And to
I
be
would
fair,
argue even the online, like if you play with people that you actually know, like you get on there together, the online works pretty well too.
I didn't know you could. I thought it was just ghosts and stuff. So there is an
Nope.
online.
Yeah, you can get on with people that you know. I mean, I haven't done it in a while, but
Okay,
when the game
okay.
came out, I started playing with my cousin locally, and then he was at his house and we would play online together. The only thing is when you play online, you see them as a shadow, but when they die and go in the little bubble, you can still save them and help them and stuff like that.
Awesome. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so again, that's a very persuasive case. Actually, I'm gonna think on that. That's actually pretty. Because here's the thing: if the games had been as hard as I'm talking about, I don't know. I don't know if my little nephew could. I don't know if he could have done it. He's just starting gaming.
Yeah.
He's 5 years old.
Yep. Yeah, so I think that's the perspective that Nintendo's looking at now. They're trying to make this a game where everyone can play it, And for the
Yeah.
veteran players like us, they still did have those special stages, which I don't know about you, but I know there was that one stage where you had to
Oh,
run on every block. I died like so many times on that freaking stage.
so there's actually two that really fucked me. One is the
Yeah,
special stage jump stage. And if you know, you know, with the fucking ooze coming up and the platforms
yeah,
that one, like I literally like fucking Hercules hulked out when I beat that. I was like, I reacted to beating that stage like you would react when you beat a fucking Dark Souls DLC boss fight.
yeah.
Like
I mean,
that's
some
the
of those
reaction
stages were pretty tough.
so there's that one. There's the one where it's the special stage where you have to be the Goomba. The last part of that, the
Yeah,
last part of that Goomba special stage is ridiculous. I finally beat it. And then there's the stupid final challenges that I still haven't beat, to be honest.
I think I have like one left that I didn't get
It's
to. I need to go
stupid.
back and try to do it.
No,
Yeah,
it's stupid. It's stupid hard. So I can't say that the game doesn't have its challenges. That's stupid hard. That is like
yeah.
so stupid hard. It's not fun. Also because it's very long. I feel like counts against that stage. But
I did also find some of those like those puzzle stages a little hard if you try to do them by yourself.
yeah, and they're weird and they're not Mario. Like that's the thing.
Yeah, that's
Like
true. You're
they're
right.
not Mario, but there's enough regular stages where you never have to do them if you don't want to, and I didn't. So
Yep.
that they're there for the people that like them. I'm not going to detract for that, just because there was plenty of my content too.
Yeah.
And the last stage did there was a little bit of an increase with the last stage, the Bowser stage. Did have a little bit of that increase I was looking for.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. They did something different with that. It was a little unexpected.
That was cool. Yeah,
Yep.
I think that kind of describes Wonder as a whole. Is that
Yep.
it's they did the unexpected. For one, they gave us an actual fucking new 2D Mario game that wasn't a new game, if that makes sense. Which, yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yep.
Let's see here. So we've got Matt Belmont says, yeah, that SNES one, I liked it. Good challenge. Really enjoyed the music. And fuck that Wily Capsule 7 fight. And then he says, did you catch the Ghouls and Ghost Easter egg in Mega Man 7, Belmont? And Belmont says, yes, I did. So I'll have to check into that again. It's been years since I played that. So we got, damn, I was here for both y'all. Laugh my ass off. Well, Monster, I appreciate you, man. Anybody who can put up with me for this fucking long is an OG for sure.
Hey, we appreciate you.
Monster says, anyways, I'm out. Y'all have a good night. You too, man. Thanks again, man.
Good night, man.
If you happen to still be here, you have a great night. Then Belmont wishing him good night. And then Mad Belmont says DKC Returns HD is one of my most anticipated games. Yep, it's good. It's really good. That's the Wii one. It's really, really good. I think Tropical Freeze is better, but that's like saying Mario 3 is better than Mario World. They're
Yeah,
both
well, I guess
really
we'll finally have the definitive version anyway, because this one is going to have all the 3DS stages and everything, and I'm sure the Switch will run it at a better frame rate, better resolution, all that.
which I heard were really good stages too. I heard they did really good with them.
Yeah.
So. Hell yeah. All right. Any other questions for me?
Let me think. Well, I guess I'll finish my top 5 Switch games real quick. So I had what, 3 houses?
You had 3 houses. You had Tropical Freeze.
No, I didn't have Tropical Freeze.
Okay.
I love Tropical Freeze, but that game frustrates the hell out of me, man. That game is so challenging.
So I know you had Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance, and you had Fire Emblem 3 Houses. Is where we were.
Oh, and Mario Wonder.
Mario Wonder, yep.
All right, so I guess I can just make it easy then. Then I'll just go Breath of the Wild, because Breath of the Wild actually, that was a game that really gave me that childhood feeling with gaming again. Like
it did.
Before the Switch, I had actually fell off of gaming for a little. I really wasn't, I still had maybe like a PS3 around, a Wii and all that, but I really wasn't playing. When I finally played, I was stupid and I bought Pokemon Sword is my first Switch game, and I didn't like it too much. But when I played
Right.
Breath of the Wild, man, that game was just magical.
That's the
So
best
I'll
way to
go Breath of the
describe that
Wild.
game. Yeah, it's magical.
Yep, and then I guess I'll just go for an easy one and just put Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
That is a good one, and I was just thinking while I said it, how the fuck did I leave Metroid Dread off that goddamn list?
Metroid Dread, I probably would put there, but I got to be honest. I got to go back and beat that one. I feel like I need to start it from the beginning because I was really enjoying it.
Oh,
But then I just got caught up playing a JRPG. I was
right,
playing
and
Tokyo Mirage Sessions, and you kind of got to be locked into that game and not really,
right.
stepping away from it.
So I just answered my own question. Why did I not pick Metroid Dread? Because Hollow Knight exists, and that's the Metroidvania. I'm sorry.
Oh,
It
okay.
is. It is.
See, that's enough. That's one I haven't played at all. I
Oh,
have it, but I
it's
haven't played it.
the Metroidvania, even more than Metroid.
How about
Metroid
the
Dread gave it a hell of a run, but between Symphony of the Night and Hollow Knight, it's going to be hard to reclaim that crown ever. Like, there's just been too
how
much.
about the Ori games? Have you played the Ori games?
I have played Ori and the Blind Forest. It's really, really good. I am told Will of
Yeah.
the Wisp is even better.
Okay, yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah. It's not better than Hollow Knight. Blind Forest is not better than Hollow Knight.
So Hollow Knight's that good. So you
Hollow
think I
Knight,
should play that before?
Hollow Knight is that fucking good. Yeah. It's really
All right, I might finally have to play that then.
Hollow Knight is that fucking good. I can't emphasize that enough. And the fact that Metroid Dread is my favorite Metroid game of all time. It's my favorite of the Metroid games. And it can.
Yeah, I remember hearing you say that before. I
Yep.
heard you say that it replaced Super Metroid for you.
It did. Which that's all I ask. All I ask is that, hey, you have to be, if you're gonna make, and there's another reason for wonder. If you're gonna make a game, I have very high standards in terms of this. I need you to make the prior game as obsolete as possible. Dread did that for me with Super Metroid. Tears of the Kingdom.
I would agree with that.
Not Tears of the
I
Kingdom.
didn't beat it.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild did that for a lot of the old Zelda games. To me, I'll still go back.
Tears of the Kingdom. I put about 65 hours into Tears of the Kingdom, and I dropped it. I just didn't feel like playing. I'm gonna go. I want to go back to it one day, but it just didn't capture the magic that Breath of the Wild had captured. And I think by recycling the same world, it just didn't feel the same.
No, yeah, it's the recycling the world hurt. It actually hurt bad. Especially when you consider that the story is completely incoherent and doesn't account for that decision at all. It doesn't at all. There's too much to do. I know that's a weird complaint. I feel torn in 1,000 directions in Tears of the Kingdom.
I actually agree with you there. I feel like Breath of the Wild was more simple. Like Tears of the Kingdom, you have to build all this stuff. You got to gather all these resources. You got to go down to the depths, which honestly, the depths and the what was it, the Sky Islands? I didn't really feel like they really made the game feel much bigger. Honestly,
I'll tell you what. Yeah, the depths. I'll tell you in retrospect, the depths. The first time you go to the depths is a whoa moment.
Yeah.
But that's it, because there's nothing down there. There's nothing down there except enemies that just beat your head in.
Yeah, honestly, that's how I feel. I feel like the game as a whole as well. Like maybe this, maybe people might think this is a bad take, but I feel like there's enemies in the game that actually make the world feel a lot more restrictive. Like you can't go here or there because you have what was it as well, like the Gloom hands that were turned into Ganondorf, and then you would have to fight them. And it's like, I can't freaking go here. I'm going to have to waste all my resources fighting this freaking super boss fight in the middle of the open world.
Yeah, it's literally an in-game boss fight. Yeah, that just shows up.
Yeah, and Breath of the Wild, you had the Guardians, but you could get around them. They didn't like stop you from making progress wherever you wanted to move to. I mean, it might have been a little bit difficult, but they didn't completely stop you the way they do in
And once you figure out how to do the shield deflect, the shield parry, see you later.
Yep.
You're not even a problem anymore. Like, you can see again.
And then it's the same thing in the depths. Like in the depths, like it's just a little too much for me.
Well, yeah, and it's not fun because you have the stupid gloom mechanic that fucking takes your hearts away completely. It's like,
Yep.
I don't know. It just feels like a chore. It just feels like a chore to me. I'll put it this way, and again, I hate to keep using sales data to piggyback my opinions, but it's true. There's a reason why that game fell off the fucking earth after like 2 months of sales. Like
Yeah, you
everybody
might be
bought that
right. I
game up
mean,
front and dropped it. Dropped it like it was hot. Nobody plays it on. Nobody lets plays it anymore. Nobody fucking talks about it anymore. It's fucking $20 off. Breath of the Wild, I think right now, I think I just checked this like a week ago, is more expensive than Tears of the Kingdom.
oh
There's a
wow,
reason for that. There's a reason why Breath of the Wild is now outselling Tears of the Kingdom again this late in the console's lifespan. Like the last
yep,
quarter, it outsold Tears of the Kingdom. There are reasons for all this.
yeah. And I still wouldn't say Tears of the Kingdom is a bad game. I
It's
just
not.
feel like
It's a
it's
great game.
like maybe if I played it before Breath of the Wild, maybe I'd like it better. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a great game. It's just, and it's not. It's certainly not the worst Zelda game. Like that'll always
Yeah,
go
I
to the
just
Philip
feel
City high
like you
picks.
said too.
But
I feel like there's too much to it. Like I just want to explore the open world, find stuff, find armor, upgrade my weapons. I'm not trying to build boats and build aircrafts and all this other stuff.
yeah. By the way, I made a joke years ago when Skyward Sword came out because he had made the comment that like his kid was into trains, and so he made
Yep.
a Zelda game with fucking trains, and my kid was into birds, so I made a bird game. And I'm just like, yeah. So what's next? Fucking Link the Builder. I said that. I literally said that. Rush Dog was there actually in the old SNES Hub forums, which was where we all posted. Back then, I said, "What's fucking next?" I asked him, "What's next?" Link the Builder. That was in
That's
like
funny.
2011, 2012. I said that.
Yep.
Here we are. Here we are. Fucking so what had did Anuma's dumbass fucking kid be like? I like Bob the Builder. So that's what we got. I don't know. Shouldn't call kids
Yeah.
dumbass. I shouldn't call kids dumbass. That's a sign I've drank too much. It's a kid. But either way, fuck it. Numa's dumbass. Yeah, Numa's dumbass there.
There we go.
I can't be too mean to Enuma though. He did work on Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, he did.
To
That's a
me, he redeemed himself.
yep.
100%. So, all right. Any other questions for me?
I guess what got you into content creation? Was it actually the Nintendo Switch having so many Switch games or
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I've always been a writer. I used to write reviews back on Super Nintendo Hub, which is a website founded by Masamune back in like the 2010s to celebrate the Super Nintendo. That originated of an effort that there was Sega 16. We had the Sega 16, which was a fantastic resource for Sega fans. And yet, despite how much everybody loved the Super Nintendo, there was no unifying Super Nintendo review site that did what Sega 16 did for the Super Nintendo. And so there was a guy named Masamune who said, you know what? I'm going to try to put this together. And I was one of the first staff reviewers who wrote for that website. And there's still a series of reviews that are still up. Everything I've ever posted, good, bad, the ugly, is still there. So you can kind of see what Young Zoo is like if you want. Why do we want to do such a thing? I don't know, but it's there. It's all preserved. Um, but
that's pretty cool. What's the name of the website again?
it's playingwithsuperpower.com actually.
Oh, that's
It's
pretty cool.
it's all still up. And the forums are a hoot. Oh gosh, the forums are a hoot. That was a younger, more impetuous, stupider Zoo. So remember that. But yeah, yeah, it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun on that website. So I've always been a writer. And the Switch inspired me to get back into video games writing because I'm like, man, I just love this system so much. It's just given so much to me. I want to be part of chronicling it. And
Yep.
that ended up leading into I got talking with some creators on here. So Jay from Cold Nights Gaming, Emily from Orbology, Brandon from Just the Gems, really solid people.
Yep.
And started watching some of their content. And eventually people were, I had readers ask me, they're like, hey, I love your reviews, but I've got problems with like reading on the website. I would love it if there was a format I could listen to these in. And so that morphed
Oh,
into the
okay.
YouTube channel, which was basically audio versions of those reviews. And then
Yep.
Jay taught me a little bit about video editing. Jay and OJ did, because they're like, man, we like these reviews, but the problem is you're on fucking YouTube, bro, and these are screenshots with you talking over it. So
Yeah.
let us teach you a little bit about editing. And Jay was the first one to do it, and then OJ also gave me some crash courses on some stuff and helped me kind of tighten it up. And I put out several of those before my computer died, and I haven't been able to get back into it since. So I've got the reviews written. I'm bottled. The video is the bottleneck, but part of it is I've lost my password to my video making software, which is
Yep.
called, I don't remember what it's fucking called. Let me look at it real quick. But the software that Jay got me turned on to, which is really good, by the way. And it is called Wondershare Filmora, it's called.
Okay.
So I need to find my password to that, and I need to get back on videos, is the lesson. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there, actually. I've had so many video ideas lately, but I've just been working a lot too. Haven't really had the
uh-huh.
time to put them together.
That's the thing. This thing called work in business, it literally sucks our entire life away, homie.
Yeah.
I don't like it. It's not because I'm lazy. It's just because there's a million and one other things I'd rather be doing than fucking working.
I
I'm being
agree with you.
honest. But again, it is what it is. So we have organized ourselves in such a way that you have to.
Yep.
I'm a big proponent of our problems are organizational in nature. They're not the fact that we're not smart enough. They're not the fact that they're political problems necessarily. They're not economic problems. They're organizational problems. It's the way we organize ourselves, whether it's at a company level, a town level, whether it's video game communities. The way we organize ourselves is just we don't organize ourselves in a way that maximizes our potential.
That's true. That's a good point.
And I think the thing we've invented called work is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there.
Yeah, there's a book. You should check it. It's called David Graeber wrote it. It's called Bullshit Jobs.
Yep.
And his premise is essentially that a vast majority of people actually work in a bullshit job in the modern one. We have people working on just paperwork basis. And that
Yep.
would include a lot of executive level positions, such as the one I occupy, to be honest. Like my job is a bullshit job. It's a very well paid bullshit job. And I don't know. It's I'm not going to say it's not fulfilling because I do get to make decisions that impact, the business that I've helped build. But at the same time, like I am so many years removed from actually working on the ground floor of any of those businesses. And there is that divorce in perspective to where there's probably people like there's the CEO of McDonald's and there's the guy down there making the McNuggets. And the McNugget was probably invented by some fucking worker who was fucking around. And there's where your ideas come from. And that pipeline between the CEO and the worker, I feel like in this thing called work, this tends to be broken. Even as hard as I try, like it just feels like that pipeline of information is broken, and it's entirely down to the way organization is. But that's a totally different tangent for another day. Organization. Like humanity's great potential lies in our ability to organize ourselves in a way that maximizes potential. But
That's true.
now the booze is really kicking in. So anyway, so that's content creation and the scourge of work and business that prevents that content creation. But yeah, it sounds like we both have the same problem. Although
Yeah.
no promises that not being in work and business would maximize that either, because I'm also scatterbrained and extraordinarily lazy when I'm not on the clock. And that seems to be how it goes. So like when we're talking about a company we're building or a company we work for, like we're hell on wheels. But then when it comes to our own goals and ambitions. We're lazy as shit sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. That can be the case. You get too comfortable.
Well, comfortable, and also the fact that you've exhausted all of your energy and your essence on this other thing, this thing called
Yeah,
work and
then
business.
you come home and just want to kick your feet up and
Yeah,
relax.
you just want to lay around. You just want to be a fucking orange. You just want to sit around there. Like,
Yeah.
so, all righty. Yeah. Any other questions for me? You're close, by the
Uh,
way. You're real close. If we can make this naturally happen.
trying to think. All right. What's your top three consoles of all time?
Top 3 consoles of all time. Yeah, it's a good question. As of right now, number 1, Nintendo Switch. It's not even fucking close. Number 2,
Okay.
Super Nintendo.
Super Nintendo.
Number 3, NES. And I
NES.
will
Okay.
give an honorable mention of the Sega Genesis.
Okay. Yeah,
I
the
love.
NES I actually missed out on. I guess I'm maybe a little bit younger than you. I started with
Uh-huh.
the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, Super Nintendo is a good one. It's a really good one. And the Wii will always
Yep.
have a place in my heart, but those are some giants you're up against there.
Yeah,
Absolute
that's true.
giants. But I would also
I
like to
thought.
throw an honorable mention for the Wii actually too. So the Wii and the Genesis I'll give an honorable mention to. But yeah, NES was my first. You always remember your first. Super Nintendo
Yep.
refined it to a mirror's polish, and the Nintendo Switch is just incredible. What can you say?
So I started playing on the Super Nintendo as a kid, but the first console I actually owned is probably my least favorite out of all the Nintendo consoles, the 64.
Yeah, here's the thing. I wasn't super on the 64 either, honestly. There were games that were terrific. I'll never forget GoldenEye 007, Perfect Dark, and Star
Yep.
Fox. That I really love those games. I liked Ocarina.
Yeah,
Um,
even the first Smash Brothers, for that time, that was a good game.
but again, I have a weird reaction. Like Mario 64 fucking baffled me, dog. Like it baffled me at the time. I liked it. I didn't think it was a bad game, but my whole
Yeah.
reaction to it is like, okay, cool. Can't wait for the real Mario game to show up. Not this weird spinoff. Fucking fool I was. Um,
Yeah, that's what it turned into.
yeah, there was no Metroid on the system.
Yeah.
The Yoshi game sucked. I remember not.
I liked it, but I was like a little 6-year-old
It
kid
was
at the time.
so goddamn easy after Yoshi's Island. But
Yeah.
if you're a little kid, I get it. I get liking it.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not saying. Oh, Body Harvest was good. Body Harvest was really good on there. I did love
Body
Body.
Harvest. I don't think I heard of that one.
Dude, Body Harvest. Body Harvest was oh yeah. So okay, Body Harvest rabbit hole. Body Harvest was a game made by DMA Designs. DMA Designs previously made a game on the Super Nintendo called Uni Racers, right? They got pulled off shelves because Pixar were being bitches, and they said that it infringed on their copyright for some weird little fucking short film they made. And they won in court, and so
Okay.
Uniracers got pulled off the shelves. Nintendo did not stick up for DMA Designs on this at all. Usually, Nintendo would kind of help with the lawsuit or whatever because it's they published it. Didn't help them at all. So there's strike one. So DMA Designs kind of left a bad taste in their mouth. Nintendo wasn't there for us, right? They make Body Harvest on the N64. Body Harvest is a game that is an open world N64 game where you go around and you time travel to the past and you go to Greece, Java, USA, and Russia. And your goal is to defeat an alien invasion that has already happened and already conquered the earth. And the alien invasion, the harvest happened in 4 different eras. And so your job is to go and to save those people in those 4 different eras throughout time. It's open world, the gigantic open world maps with different things to do. Very similar to a game in the future that DMA Designs will make under a different name, but we're getting there. The game came out and the game was a commercial failure because it was a mature rated video game on the Nintendo 64. And once again, Nintendo, despite publishing the game, did not market the game at all. At this point,
Yeah.
DMA Designs goes, we're done with Nintendo. They're not a good partner for us, right? They leave. They rebrand as another game company, and they put out a game that is very similar to Body Harvest on the PlayStation 2, a little-known game called Grand Theft Auto.
Okay.
This company became Rockstar North. It's one of the biggest blunders in retrospect in Nintendo history.
So is that why maybe like the GameCube didn't get any of those Grand Theft Auto games or any of that?
That's exactly why. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense because I always wondered because the GameCube was pretty much, I think it was actually more powerful than the PS2.
They came to Xbox, came to PS2, did not come to GameCube.
Yep. Oh, that makes sense then.
It's also why the Switch did not get any Grand Theft Autos, despite its popularity either.
Well, the Switch did get the GTA trilogy.
Yeah, how'd that turn out? That was a shit job. But you'll never.
Well, they got Red Dead from Rockstar.
They did. And so I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, I'm holding out hope that maybe some of that bad blood is going away.
Yeah, well, even back on the Wii, they got Bully.
They got Bully. Yep. So that's true.
Yep.
Yeah, there was published by Midway, not Nintendo. Interesting. Well, that blows a hole in my theory then. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Well, maybe it was just a failure in that case where it just failed and they just said, hey, this is the second fucking time this has happened. Yeah. And so we're gonna go ahead and they rebranded as Rockstar North and the rest is fucking amazing history.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't know. I still think Nintendo should have done a little bit. That was a Nintendo 64 exclusive. Again, maybe I'm building that up.
Yeah, I had never even heard of that.
I still think Nintendo should have. Again, it's retrospect. Nobody knew how fucking big that was going to get. Nobody knew.
Yep.
But in retrospect, man, oh man. Man, if they could have kept those guys happy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they became a world beater. Yeah, Body Harvest.
Well, they got a few things here and there. I think they got like GTA on the Game Boy Advance, little stuff like that, I guess, but not the big games.
Yeah, on the portable systems, you have no choice. I don't count those because you go to Nintendo, you starve. Like, that's what you do business-wise. On the consoles, although given what you said, I agree with you. I think there's enough data there. You said Bully right on the Wii, and that's true. They got Bully, and they got a good port. Yep. That was a good port. That's where I played Bully at.
Actually, I'm playing it on there now. I didn't play it on there back in the day. Back in the day, I had it on the 360. I had it on the PS2, then the 360, but my 360 had one of those crappy red rings of death. So now I just rebought it for the Wii. That's how I'm playing it because I played it a lot, but never actually beat it.
So given the data points, so Body Harvest was not published by Nintendo. Okay. And then also the fact that we got Red Dead on Switch and we got Bully on the Wii. I think we can safely say that I'm probably full of shit on that hallucination I just pointed out.
And well, maybe there was a little bit, but the GameCube didn't get the GTA games.
That's true. There was with DMA designs with Unity Racers. There was some real irritation there. There's interviews you can find. They were pissed about that. Like they felt like they got basically left out in the legal lurch on that one. They got no support whatsoever. But yeah, I don't know where I'm getting that. That must have just been a hallucination. Because I remember something. I'm trying to figure out where I got that from. Because I do remember something about them saying like they didn't feel like Nintendo supported them. Maybe with the marketing, but if Nintendo didn't publish it, that's not on Nintendo, guys. So I don't know. I might have just hallucinated that, to be honest. That happens. We are hallucinatory creatures, but if
maybe there is some point there, the fact that they didn't release any of the GTA games on the GameCube, though.
That's true. Yeah, they did skip the GameCube, but to be fair, the GameCube didn't really sell. So you could also chalk it up to, hey, there's not enough sell. We're on the PS2. Everybody's on the PS2. What the fuck are we going to the GameCube? Like,
but still, those games were big enough where they still would have moved some numbers on the GameCube for sure, though.
Oh, I agree. I agree completely. And then Rush Dog also says, so counterpoint, GTA 5 still isn't on Switch, and there's no technical explanation for this. It's a PS3 game.
I would say even at least GTA 4.
And Xbox didn't sell either, and it got GTA 3. Yeah. So
Yep.
I think there's probably some bad blood, but I'm gonna have to go back and check
Actually,
my.
I think Xbox got all three of them. Didn't Xbox also get? Yeah,
It got the
Xbox
trilogy,
got the
yeah,
whole trilogy.
yeah, it got the trilogy, and yeah, so something is holding that back. That's true. Now here's an alternate theory on that, guys. Because yeah, Belmont's chiming in, Rush Dog's chiming. We got a lot of good points being made. Here's another alternate theory of that they're so busy making fucking money hand over fist on GTA Online. That's such a cash cow that they don't even need the port. They're just like, you know what? We're done with that single player game. We're on GTA Online. Like GTA Online, my understanding is a fucking cash cow for them. So maybe
I
they're
do think it's weird though that they would give us Red Dead on the Switch, but not like a
isn't it?
GTA 4 complete or a
It
GTA
is.
5.
Maybe I need to look into this. I think there might be a video essay on this, honestly. Because I need to check where the fuck I got that thing about Nintendo publishing. Where did that come from? Because that seems to be a straight hallucination. But also, I want to look into the fact that came after that. Like, yeah, why didn't we get? Did they offer GTA to Nintendo and Nintendo snubbed it? Maybe that's it. Again, that's speculation. I have no idea on that front.
I don't know because they did put the trilogy on there though.
Yeah, the trilogy was ass though. Like that was Grove
Yeah.
Street Games, and that was shit.
You know what's crazy is they're still selling that crap for 50 to 60 bucks. I've never
Oh,
really
that's a
seen it go on
crime.
sale.
Also, to be fair though, it's also shit on the other systems. That was just a shit
Yeah.
job.
Yeah, I never bothered to even think about buying that, so that could just take up all the memory on my Switch just to download all the patches.
Oh, and made all the more terrible by the fact that they removed the old games from the stores.
Yeah.
So you're stuck with these shitty versions, at least on
Yeah,
PC.
unless you have an older console, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, that again. Once again, the case for physical, right?
Yep.
Like 100%. So let's take a look at some of these comments because hey, we got some excellent points being made here. Actually, we got a lot of stuff going on here. So I love the Donkey Kong Country trilogy on the SNES. Belmont said, and I haven't played Returns or Tropical Freeze. Donkey Kong Country 2, a case can be made for Donkey Kong Country 2 being the best game in the series. I think Tropical Freeze passes it at this point, but I will hear and entertain arguments otherwise because Donkey Kong Country 2 is mighty. It's a mighty game.
Yeah, it is a good game.
Belmont says, plan to get them both after Returns HD comes out. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna get that as well, definitely. And you should get both. Yeah. Britt Barnes says, can you name the games that you're going to pick up for the rest of the year? That's hard because that's always in flux, but I'm definitely gonna get the Zelda game. It has intrigued me and impressed me enough. I'm gonna get
Yeah, I'm gonna get that one
I'm getting
too.
Echoes of Wisdom. What is the Switch itinerary? Switch game 2024 Switch games.
Are you a fan of arcade fighting games?
Yes.
Or are you gonna get the Marvel versus Capcom collection?
Yes, that is absolutely.
Okay.
I might get
Yeah.
Neo the Smiling Man when that comes out next week. I'm gonna get Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. I'm going to get the fighting collection. 100%.
Me too.
Let's see what else is releasing here.
I know we got what is it? Ease 10 Nordics.
I contingent on the game being entirely on disc because 9 was not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the Plucky Squire.
Oh, that looks really good actually. When does that come out?
That comes out. Plucky Squires is September 17th, very soon.
And that has a physical, like standard retail?
I don't think so. I think we're gonna have to wait for that, but it comes out on.
Oh.
Well, I'll look into that for sure. Epic Mickey rebrushed. I'm interested in Echoes of Wisdom. We already said.
Epic Mickey. I don't know. I mean, you could get the Wii game for like $5 right now.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, I seen it at GameStop the other day. $5 on the Wii.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, yeah, I might just do that.
Yep.
Let's see here. Mario and Luigi Brothership. I'm gonna get. That looks excellent.
Oh, I'm definitely getting that. That looks really good. Yeah.
Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D. I'm getting.
Yeah, that looks good.
I'm getting Stray if it gets a physical. I'm going to get the cat game, as OJ calls it.
What if it's limited run?
Well, then I'll have to wait for Video Games Plus.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it'll get a retail release, though, because Sifu it's kind of a similar situation, like a high-profile indie game, like a big boy indie game that came out on PS5 first. I'm pretty sure. And I think it'll probably be published. If I guess, it'll probably be the same publisher. I'm guessing they'll get Sifu's publisher, whatever mid-level publisher did that one. I'm pretty sure it'll do Stray.
Okay.
Donkey Kong Country Returns HD I'm getting. I'm getting Civilization 7 if it's all on disc. I'm a big Civilization guy. Yeah, so that's my itinerary, Brooke, so far. Prince of Persia Lost Crown is a great Metroidvania. I can't wait to dive into that. I'm very excited for that one.
Yeah, I've got that one in the backlog. I think I got that when it went down to like $30.
Yeah, and Rush Dog says I've really been enjoying it. Belmont says, yeah, that game is so great. I love it. Lost Crown was my game of the year, but it's been beaten by a great indie horror game I played earlier this year. Would that happen to be Alyssa, Belmont? Is it Alyssa?
That game looks pretty cool, actually.
Alyssa's getting a physical release through Premium Edition Games later this year.
It's not up for pre-order yet, though, right?
I don't believe so, but I'm checking. I'm checking fairly regularly. Like I will post it in my Discord when it does.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that one looks really interesting. From what I've heard, listen to some reviews of it. I've heard it's a little kind of janky, but still looks pretty fun.
Oh yeah, no, it looks amazing. It looks like it.
Have you put?
It scratches that itch. Like there's another game I can't think of it. It's a sci-fi style game. Signalis.
Is it Signalis?
Yep.
Yep, that's what I was just gonna say. Yep.
Scratches same itch. Amazing itch. And then yeah, I can't wait. Keith
Actually,
says,
I've started Signalis. I got to go back and finish that one.
Yeah, it's very impressive. It's good. Keith SLG says, I wanted the N64 to be better, just hardly any RPGs. I'm guilty of buying Quest 64. Oh, you RPG starved poor soul. Yeah, it was a desert. It was a fucking desert. We did get Ogre Battle 64 though. Ogre Battle 64 was epically good.
Well, we got the Pokemon Stadium games if you count those.
Yep, Stadium was good. Yep, Body Harvest was published by Midway, not Nintendo. Great catch, Rush Dog. I appreciate that, man. Then, yeah, we've already had the GTA discussion. Yeah, we read that point. Belmont says, yeah, they could just have ported the PS3 360 version of GTA 5 to the Switch and fucking sell astronomical numbers.
Yeah.
Agree. Yeah. Yep, it's been this way for years with GTA Online. And then Belmont says, not unless you were smart and didn't delete the old versions of San Andreas and Vice City like I did. See, and there again, I'm losing out because of my stubbornness on digital games because I did not have those old copies. I did end up losing GTA 3 though. Fuck you, Rockstar. Yeah, fuck you, Rockstar. Seriously. Oh, Shadow of the Ninja. Yeah, I've already got that pre-ordered. I've already technically bought that, but good catch, Rush Dog. 100% Shadow of the Ninja remake or rebooted or whatever the fuck you call those absolute tango joints that are amazing.
Like Shadow of the Ninja. I haven't heard of that one. What is that?
Shadow of the Ninja is an NES game, and I'll post a trailer in my Discord when we get out of here. It's an NES game, so it's so they've been remastering a lot of their. They did a Pocky and Rocky, which is a Super Nintendo game.
Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, that looks really good. I saw the trailer of that.
It's amazing. I've got a review for that also ready to go.
Pocky and Rocky Reshrine. I love that. Actually, that's pretty up there as one of my favorite Switch games. Actually,
yes, it's incredible. Also, it's not even a remake. It's like a brand new Pocky and Rocky game.
I never played the old ones, but I love the Switch one.
And they did Wild Guns, which is a Super Nintendo game that is stupid expensive now. And they redid that for Switch. And they did Ninja Warriors again. I don't know if that was Tango Team though. That might have just been And that might have just been Namco. I'm not sure.
I know it's the same part. I think they're all published by the same
all
company.
these obscure games by that company, yeah, that are getting great
Yeah.
new life. Shadow of the Ninja is their first foray into the NES of that, and I sure hope we get more. I would love to see Kabuki Quantum Fighter, Shatterhand, Kickmaster. I would love to see these kind of games, like these action NES late stage 1989, 90, 91 NES games. I would love to start seeing them get remakes or remasters. They're so fucking
Yeah. Oh, you know what's another game that looked really good? I just thought about. There hasn't been too much information on it, but I heard it's coming to the Switch. Did you see that new Power Rangers beat 'em up?
No, that's gonna be cool.
Did you see that? Did you see the trailer?
No, but it's a beat 'em up for Power Rangers.
Yeah, new Power Rangers beat 'em up. Yep, 2D and everything. Looks really good.
Wow.
Yeah, you got to look that one up.
I definitely. I think that's what I'm thinking. I'm sitting here thinking. I think I saw something about it on the. I think I saw something about it on the limited run games feature. I think limited run games.
Oh, it's going through limited run.
I think so. Yeah, which means I'll be waiting on Video Games Plus. But yeah, that is cool. That Power Rangers beat 'em up, because the one on Super Nintendo was great. That was fun.
Yeah, that one was really good. Yep.
So Belmont says, believe it or not, no. Although Alyssa is fantastic, the game I'm talking about is Crow Country, which I hear that's really good too.
Crow Country.
Crow Country.
Is that on Switch?
I'm not sure. I know it's on PC, but is Belmont, is it on Switch in some form? And then Belmont says Alyssa is an old school Resident Evil for the modern age. And Rush Dog says, yes, Ninja Warriors is Tango Project. Yeah, Tango don't miss. They did the Ninja Warriors game redo, Wild Guns redo, the Pocky and Rocky whatever that game is, because it's almost a new game.
Reshrined, yep. Yeah, Pocky and Rocky, that might be like a top 10 Switch game for me, maybe.
It's really good. And then now they're making the Ninja Warriors game. And you can get the Ninja Warrior games physical if it's still available through that's Strictly Limited Games is doing a version of that, I know.
Yep.
So I don't know if it's still available, but it's on Strictly Limited's website. And then Belmont says nope, PC and PS5 right now for Crow Country. So yeah, so hopefully that ends up being correct. I'm sure it will. All the best indies come to Switch. They just do. So yeah. 100%. All righty. Well, I think I think we're through the chat now again, which is good. So any other questions for me?
Any other questions? Trying to think. I don't know. You have any for me?
Oh no, we're through those with yours. I always give the guest the last chance. I think we talked about everything we wanted to talk about, but I've got some news for you though, buddy.
Yeah.
You got the record.
Really?
You shattered it. Yeah. 406.
No. Well, I thought you said the record was like 5 hours or something with Nishquick.
Yeah, I was wrong. No, not 5. Nowhere near 5. I thought it was 4 something.
Oh, okay.
No, Nishquick got me for 348.30. And Emily with Orbalology got me at 340.16. You're at a little over 4 hours. So you got the record, buddy.
All right. I got the record. Let's go.
Fucking A. Well, other than that, I think that's everything. So I want to thank 90's Handheld Gamer for coming on and giving me a good chin wag. We've had a good discussion here. And
thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, one last time, tell everybody where they can find you, man. And also it'll be linked below his channel as well as YouTube and his Twitter. But tell everybody one last time, give yourself one last shout out. And then I got I do have one last question for you after the shout out.
Okay, yeah, you can find me on YouTube at 90's Handheld Gamer. If you like Nintendo Switch focused content, especially, come and check me out.
There it is. And I lied. I have one last question for you. So 90's, Paul, did you have fun?
Yeah, man, cool discussing some games, the state of game and all that. Yeah, it actually didn't feel like we were on here that long. I didn't think I had the record on here.
It never does. It never does. It feels like snapping your fingers, man. And that's how
Yeah,
good
I appreciate
discussions.
you having me on, man.
That's how good discussions should feel. Definitely have you on again, man, when time allows. All righty. Well, thanks so much.
All
We're going
right.
to go ahead and end it. Thanks so much again for coming out, everybody. Rush Dog, getting one last congratulations to you for breaking the record, the show record. So
Thank you.
I love y'all. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream and let you get back to your Saturday night. What is fucking left of it? Because we're actually into Sunday now. Love y'all.
Sunday now, yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, you can stay on with me real quick, 90's, for a minute. Take care, guys.
Okay, cool. Peace.